Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello and welcome to another episode of The Watch Up with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. That's right, make some noise as we're starting the week. Clap it up, get excited wherever you are. We are back with another jam-packed show for you today, covering the world of boxing and beyond, and more specifically, covering the dominant display that we got to see over the weekend with one of the biggest rising stars in all, not just of the heavyweight division, but now officially in all of boxing, with Moses Itauma knocking out Whyte in just one round in an insane turn of essentially elite standings. And that fight objectively great. Power, skill, and quick work. I'll tell you what, that is shaking up a lot of the boxing world into asking what exactly is the ceiling that this cat can reach for the talent that he is as an incredible heavyweight fighter. Oh yes, and then we're gonna delve into the quick work that he did, that he took out with Whyte. How exactly got that win? What makes Moses Itauma so special, as well as some other stuff on the show as well. Most likely we're going to probably talk about Canelo and Crawford, knowing how that fight is still coming up less than 3 weeks away. One of the biggest fights of the year. We're going to discuss some stuff like that. And with the IC Championship rounds at the end of this show. So when you hear the sound of the bell, after we've covered everything that we have on display, then it'll be your time to shine. Your voice, your opportunity to let your voice be heard throughout the world with us on this show. Whatever you want to talk about with basketball, boxing, football, sports, movies, television, video games, all that stuff. You want to delve into something, we can talk about it right here on this show with you all today. And we appreciate you all being here with us. I forgot to do the intro. If you are just tuning in, please go ahead and leave a like on the stream if you have not already. That's right, come on, get the likes up on this stream. Let the world know exactly what you got going on right here with us on the Welch Report. And also be sure to subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and be sure to hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube. Like this video, keep on chatting, and share with everybody you know, so we can keep on building up this empire together. Yes, indeed, we can't do this without your help, without your support, and you all helping. You all are the backbone of what this channel can be. You all are the backbone of what this entire empire can become. So we appreciate all your support and all your help. And if you want to give to the show, you like what you're hearing, and you want to keep on supporting, hey, we got Cash App, we got PayPal, we got links down below in the description as well. While waiting to get monetization, if you want to support us, and it would mean the world to us if you did, those are the means to do it. No question about it. But again, with all that being said, we have an action-packed show, and we got stuff to talk about. And since we got boxing to cover, hey, let's not waste no more time. It is time to step into the ring. That's right. Ring the bell. Let's get it started. Round one of this show going underway as we have to discuss Moses Itauma knocking out Whyte in just one round. An absolute barn burner, a destructive showing of just a almost unexpected dominated display from the side of Whyte. Also, we got people chatting in the comment section down the middle, like with Ryan Graves. Hey brother, what's going on with you, Ryan? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're with us on today. And again, I'm pulling double duty, making sure that I got my all my docs and all my stuff that I'm supposed to have correct, and that everything's showing up like it's supposed to. So excuse me if you see me looking off and talking at the same time, but regardless of which, we are still going to make the best thing of this whole event. And I'm telling you right now, as we delve into this fight, brother Moses Itauma just showed us exactly why he is so special. This cat came in and just blew out one of the more seasoned veterans in the heavyweight division in less than a round. Less than 2 minutes, this brother came in and completely destroyed anybody, or destroyed what was supposed to be his toughest task to date. No question about it. Absolutely. He took Whyte to the test. He didn't even let the brother get anything off offensively on him. And it was a great display. And again, people may complain, he didn't get any rounds. Whyte's old. It was less than 2 minutes. You can't really take anything away from this fight as a concussive slew of events leading to success. You can't delve into, oh, this is great. This is showing him to be spectacular. He's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. You can't jump the gun too soon because of what the circumstances were with this fight. But even with those circumstances outstanding, this is still a great performance. We can talk about Dillian Whyte being 40. Sure. No question. Or 38, however old he is in the heavyweight division. We can talk about Dillian Whyte being past his prime. No question. What we can't overstate, however, is the need to see this man handle his business in this fashion. Like I said, the biggest thing we were comparing this fight to was, though it was again a lot better, but still, was Jared Anderson versus Charles Martin. Charles Martin, the former champion, who came and fought Anderson when Anderson was coming up quickly as a heavyweight star, at least in America, or at least the next hope for an American great heavyweight to come through and be something special. Turns out he was a bum nonetheless, but he was not a bum, but he wasn't nowhere close to what we thought he was going to be. But one of the barometers that was going to be put in place for him was Charles Martin. Would he be able to handle that type of test and handle it without a hitch? There were still some hitches in that fight. There were, though he won it cleanly. He was still getting caught with that left straight consistently. He had some issues coming up that were signs of what could be for his future. There was some struggles with fighting against somebody who had been at the top of the mountain before. Now when we're looking at most of the Itauma versus Dillian Whyte, a better test than Charles Martin, who's been against more competent competition and more elite competition in his career, like with Anthony Joshua, like with Tyson Fury, had been a contender for the title for an abundance of years. This man was a dangerous cat. This brother was a dangerous dude. This man was not somebody that could just be taken lightly as, oh yeah, you can get him out of there. No, there was real speculation that we could see Dillian Whyte come through and mess up the entire saga that we have with Moses Itauma right now and looking to be the next great heavyweight of the next generation. Oh, absolutely. Oh, it was dangerous. It was sketchy. It was scary. It was everything that we didn't want to happen. Potentially in the lights of Moses Itauma, would this be the test that would indeed show the true colors of what this man really is about? Maybe he's not worth the hype. Lo and behold, all that can be put to bed right now because this man passed that test with everything that we wanted and more. This brother came through and passed that test with flying colors. It was so easy. It was so easy. It was so easy. That's what made this fight so great. It was such an easy display of dominance for him. It wasn't anything it was as if Dillian Whyte did not belong in the ring with the Itauma at all. The brother was hurt after, less than 2 minutes into the round. Brother was hurt, was on wobbly legs, stayed on wobbly legs for upwards of 30 seconds while Itauma went to work. And he couldn't eat, and he couldn't get anything off. He couldn't defend against him. He couldn't match the speed of Itauma. He definitely couldn't take the power of Itauma. And that was one of the things we also wanted to see. Could he take the power of, or could the power of Itauma really rock one of the tougher fighters in this division? And if he can put out Dillian Whyte, well, again, I believe all of his knockouts have only been, all of his losses have only been by KO, if I have my stuff correct. But if you can knock out him, you can knock out most of the heavyweight division. You can put them on their heels. You can put them in trouble. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. And he did everything possible. And it wasn't even just that. As we break down the fight with what was going on, the man was going through and from the jump was consistently feinting, using his body feints and using his hand feints to make Dillian Whyte really become agitated, more so become overly cautious, over anxious of what was going to come back at him. And that jab that he threw out as the first punch of the night really set the tone for the disparity that was between the two fighters in Dillian Whyte. My gosh, I did not realize exactly how fast Itauma's hands really are as a fighter up until this point in time, looking at Dillian Whyte. Now, I had seen him against other people that had faster hands than Dillian, but from the sense of with Dillian being in the ring with so many great people and him having no answer, no ability to cope with that type of hand speed was something that was like, oh my gosh, really puts into perspective of how fast Itauma really is. And on top of that, on the night of the fight when he was coming into the ring, but Itauma looks like a big brother. We keep saying this about him, but man, I'm telling you something. That's a big dude. That is a big man in that ring. Moving the way that he moves is something special. I will tell you what. And as he built off of the jab, kept going downstairs, kept jabbing to the body, throwing straight lefts to the body, because he is a southpaw. He's a southpaw at that, with all the other skill sets that we have about him, that we know of him, that we love about him in his fighting style. He's also a southpaw. The brother is able to go through, and he's already at an advantage from the standpoint of a stance that people do not like fighting. With that hand speed, with attacking the body, he then built up his attack and set Whyte up to get caught and get put out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It wasn't just that he made it easy. It's the fact that everything that he did in this fight was set up. It was set up with a foundational attack to the body. And the thing about most of the time, a lot of his punches look the same when they come out. We talked about this with other fighters. We talked about this with Canelo and his hook. We talk about it with Canelo and his hook, as I can actually follow through with the punch. We talk about it with the likes of George Foreman when he was throwing shots. The ability to make everything look the same. And he's done it, and I've noticed that as a trend for the other fights that we've seen most of the time. It makes him very much unpredictable it makes him unpredictable in viewpoint. And it allows him to be predictable in the manner that he wants to fight. He can throw the same shot because when he does switch up, it looks the exact same. When it goes jab to the body, straight to the head, or jab to the body, straight to the body, but the way that setup looks, it comes out the exact same way up until he commits to whichever level he wants to go to. It was insane. It was incredible. And again, we're going to break down the intricacies of Itauma and why he's so great, but more particularly, just for this fight, that's what he was able to do. And then once he got Dillian Whyte hurt, he was able to go to town. I mean, just go for broke. I mean, this cat will just go with everything you wanted to do. Lefts and rights, hooks and uppercuts. Was actually smart enough to, when he did get Dillian Whyte hurt, to not immediately rush in. He stepped back. He went clear across the ring when he had Dillian Whyte hurt to the body. And just to be on the safe side, to make sure nothing was coming his way. And then committed. And it absolutely went to town. Had that bullet running all across the ring. Up until finally pulling down that guard, going with a hook up to the temple, and putting Dillian Whyte out. And the brother was on shaky legs all night. It looked like a combination of Martin Bacoli and stinking Frazier Clark when he got knocked. Frazier Clark when he got knocked out by Fabio Ward. Though he wasn't out, lights were gone, but his feet weren't there, and he was doing some kind of dance. Cause I tell you what, he was not having himself together, and that was it. There we go. Even my soundboard can't believe what he's experiencing. Because it's what we wanted, but it was so unexpected. Because we thought we would see Whyte tested and pushed beyond 6 just by proxy, just by the toughness that we know Dillian Whyte has. Though, yes, he is over the hump. Though, yes, this was a fight that Itauma was supposed to win. This was supposed to be a true ability, or a true opportunity rather, to watch Itauma have to more so, instead of just breezing through, have to dig a little bit deeper into his bag, have to go through and be more selective with his offensive array, a little bit wiser with his defensive abilities. And we're going to touch on his defense as well. We thought he would have to be more methodical. Let's be real. We thought he would have to be more methodical just by proxy of the potential danger that Whyte brings to the table. And Whyte having a delivery system of how to land his power shots, how to land his KO shots with that savvy and experience. This was supposed to be a fight to show Whyte what it really means to compete for a title. What it's going to be like going up there. And my gosh, this brother passed that test with the flying colors is an understatement. It was as if it wasn't a test. It was as if, no, this isn't a question of whether or not I belong at this top tier elite caliber. Or at least whether I deserve to be in this conversation. No, I'm here. At point blank period. I'm 20 years old. I'm on a path that isn't just about hype. No, but I'm the real deal. I'm the real McCoy. I am a dangerous brother. And it's time for me to push on. And now, the world is his oyster. And I told you all this brother was gonna be great. I told you, I'm not acting like I'm something special, but for years I was saying this cat was gonna, or excuse me, for months. Let me say that, rephrase it. For months, I was saying this man has some real ability to do some great stuff in this division, especially in today's heavyweight era. With the next one coming up, he is proving me right every step of the way. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it so much because it's a beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing to witness. And I've been like, and now people are becoming privy. They're waking up to it. They're realizing that there is hope beyond Usyk. There's life beyond in the heavyweight division, beyond just the greats that we have with the likes of beyond the greats that we have with Fury, Usyk, and Joshua, Wilder, and others. In this division, there is a road of hierarchy. It's looking like it's being developed. And it's getting really interesting. It's getting really interesting. And my gosh, I tell you what, brother, I'm excited. I'm excited for it. No question about it. It's something to behold. It's something to behold. And I can't wait to see exactly how you all feel about it as we're going into the chat now. And excuse me, I had to make sure that this thing was working properly because we thought this thing was working. Lo and behold, it ain't. But regardless of which, we're still going to read off y'all chats and see what you all got to say. Like with J. Will, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Miss Queen as well. What's good with you? Appreciate you tuning in on the show with us today. And again, Ryan Grace, if you didn't hear me, say what's up to you. What's up to you? How you doing? So glad you're here. Thank you for tuning in to the show. We appreciate you all so much. Teddy Burkshot as well. We got a library and Yo Trey. What's going on, brother? All of y'all. How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. If you haven't already, leave a like on the stream. Keep on commenting. Keep on getting your voices. I want to read what you all got to say. And I do apologize that I was late. I was trying to get this bot working. But while we're doing it, we ain't going to waste no more time. We're going to get to see what your voices have for this whole reaction to this whole thing. Like with Miss Queen, somebody snitched. You got a bounty. I got a bounty. Oh, shoot. I'm a Yonko. Well, hold on now. Now, wait a minute. No, hold. Don't put me there yet. Hold on. Don't put me there yet. We still growing. Hold on a minute. I'm still getting my crew together. So I may need to lay low a little bit. I don't know what I did to get that big of a bounty. But doggone it, hey, I appreciate it. I'll keep on fighting, but I need to be smart about it though. I'm gonna get a crew worth that $4.2 billion. I promise you that. But let me keep on reading. Teddy Burkshot. Hope y'all don't think that was a test. I told y'all Whyte was done. And again, you did. Like I said, in the reaction to this whole thing, we're not saying Whyte is a world beater. We were saying that this was a test that we needed to see Whyte, or we needed to see Itauma take, just like with Jared Anderson. And how can you pass that test? And can you pass it in the way that, okay, yeah, this is what you're supposed to, you handle your business. Do you handle your business? Unlike Jared Anderson, in that fight with Charles Martin, though he won, it wasn't nearly the level or the amount of all-encompassing success that we need to see from another brother who was indeed done, who was indeed past his prime, who was indeed had experience, but you should be able to overcome it. And you should be able to adapt to what this brother brings to the table with this wisdom and savvy. That's what we saw with Charles Martin against Anderson. Didn't happen. This fight, it did. It did better than we thought. Because Whyte's better than Charles Martin. Whyte's faced more competition. It's not about that it was going to be, it shouldn't be tough. But this was a test that, hey, if you do mess up, you can get put out. And Dillian Whyte not only didn't mess up, but he handled this in a way that was even better than even I thought he was going to be able to handle. Like I said, I thought it was going to be a knockout in 8 rounds because Whyte would push him to 6. I did not expect it to be a 1-round demolition, an absolute destructive affair. That wasn't on my radar. Or at least it wasn't likely on my radar. This is something seriously incredible. It's something seriously talented. And he looked like Joe Louis against Whyte, but more solid. And I mean, yeah, to some degree. Now again, Joe Louis didn't really bounce as much. Not nearly as much. He was more so of a balanced. Plotter is, I don't say it in a disrespectful manner, but he was more so of a fighter who was always balanced at all times, ready to strike with that right hand. Itauma, always ready to strike with that right hand. Arguably the greatest right hand that we've seen in boxing history from a technical perspective. Yes, you have George Foreman, Deontay Wilder, like we said before, who has, again, the most powerful right hand that we've ever seen. Wilder, most likely. But in terms of technical ability, Joe Louis, again, is one of the greatest. Maybe people have an argument that he is the greatest. There's a couple people that have him as the greatest fighter they've ever seen. Or the greatest fighter in the heavyweight division, in their eyes. Do I agree? No. But in the terms of how high I hold him, in very high regard. This brother was something serious. And what made Joe Louis incredible was the composure that he had. It wasn't just the balance. It was the calmness of his domination. Nothing fazed him and got him off his rocker to do what needed to be done. And that's what we see with Itauma to some degree. I'm not comparing him to Joe Louis in greatness, but I'm saying if we do want to take aspects of greats and what they showed, Joe Louis had a air of serenity every time he went out. And nothing ever rattled him. That's what we're seeing with Itauma. It's one of the biggest aspects of his talent is his calmness against danger. His calmness against whether he's got you hurt, whether you're aggressive, whether you are potentially stronger than he thought. No matter what tricks of the trade you bring to the table, no matter what whims or wiles, he's just always even keeled. And everything is just business as usual. Nothing phases him, at least at this level right now, which is incredibly impressive. It's very much indicative of a talented fighter who is indeed something serious. I mean, I'm telling you all, this brother he's an incredible talent. He truly is an incredible talent. As we keep on reading, let me see. Yo, Trey, I already said what's up to you, but I'll say it again. How you doing? Yeah, but Usyk not gonna be easy. And again, we're gonna ask that question. We're gonna get to that. Oh gosh. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a minute. That good old regular H2O today. But we're going to ask that question later about is Usyk next. Because trust and believe, I got some stuff I want to say on that. Absolutely. And we're not, full disclosure, spoiler alert, we're not saying he's ready for Usyk. Be clear. We're not saying he's ready for Usyk yet. But the question of will he be next for Usyk? Potentially after the likes of Joseph Parker, or potentially in light of Joseph Parker, if those negotiations do fall through. Could we see Itauma versus Usyk next? in 1 or 2 fights for the heavyweight championship of the world. It's an interesting sentiment. Again, we're not saying it's ready. We're saying, can we see it soon? And if we do see it soon, is there a potential that there is at least a competitive nature that we can see from this brother? I definitely saying he's gonna beat him, but I am saying this is for everybody right now looking at this fight. This looks mighty interesting. This is starting to salivate the mouths of boxing fans, having that fight be a potential opportunity to happen. I'll tell you what, when the people speak, at least now more than ever, boxing start to listen. But we're going to touch on that fight later on in the show. No question about it. But real quick, as I keep on reading your chats and comments, he's 20 though. Yeah, yo, Trey, you're absolutely right. He's 20. The brother's 20. The brother's only 20 years old right now. And he's still able to be such an incredible talent. And again, that's going to be the next topic of discussion as I go through with the chats right now. Delving into the makeup of a talent. What makes Moses so good? And why he's able to essentially part the Red Sea of competition against everybody in his way at this point in time. And why at this point, even there's some contenders right now that look like they would have a tough time with the likes of a talent even at this early stage. And the earlier he gets, and the older he gets, the better he looks like he's going to be. And it's an incredible thing. But let me keep on reading. Nobody did Whyte like that. He was on a 3-fight win streak with wins over Jermaine Franklin. You're absolutely right. And we had seen Whyte get knocked out. We had never seen him handle that quickly. Fury didn't handle him that quick. A prime Anthony Joshua did not handle him that quickly. Povetkin knocked him out, but it took him 6 rounds? And I think, did they have a rematch? I can't remember. Well, I think they split fights, and I think Whyte already won one of them. But again, we are not overhyping the talent of Whyte. This brother's 20, and most 20-year-olds, if Dillian Whyte faced off against him, would have a tough time. And even the best of the best who have fought Whyte, even later in his career, they weren't able to do what this brother did. They weren't. Even the old Dillian Whyte brother wasn't getting rocked in round 1. The old Dillian Whyte, get boxed. Could get outboxed. People were faster than him. But the one thing that didn't go away, at least for what we had seen thus far, was the chin and the power and the savvy. Those things didn't go away, though the rest of his skill set, yes, has diminished. But at least the root of what Whyte is as a fighter, what's still there. And that's more than enough to give a lot of people some trouble. And for Itauma to handle it so easily, we can't help but to give it its just respect, because it's a deserving action. This is not a small thing. This is not a given. This outcome is unexpected. Knocking out Whyte in 1 round should not be happening. It shouldn't. We got to be clear. That shouldn't be happening. That should not be happening. From the logic of boxing, that shouldn't be something that was on the docket. It is a possibility, but an incredibly low one from what we knew about that fight. And to have this happen, my gosh, the only thing I wouldn't even say the only thing I would do, I won't put everybody in a bubble. I'll put myself on an island. The only thing I'm going to do is get that respect it deserves. No question about it. No question about it. Absolutely. Also, Jay Will. Hold on. Wait a minute. Everybody time out. Hold on. Everybody stop. Somebody done give me something. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I got it. Let me check. How much is it? Hold on. I almost missed it. My gosh. Great day, Lord, let me check my PayPal. We had somebody gave some dough. Somebody gave some dough. We got people giving to the show. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on.
We got some problems here.
Hold on. Let me fact check this. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I thought I had my notifications up to be able to have this up. It should be. Good gosh, great day. Oh, we got $5. Oh shoot. We done got paid. We started the week off great, ladies and gentlemen. I done made some money. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. We done made some money. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, wait, hold on. Let me read through. Let me read through real quick. If we got somebody giving, we might have somebody else. Let me scroll through real quick so I ain't missing nobody. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yo, Trey, Cash App. Wait a minute.
Hey, look at
Wait a second. Dare this be another? Dare this be another? And again, I'm sorry. I'm not. I've updated all my things on my doggone computer, and now it's supposed to be the notifications pop up when stuff goes through, and I'm able to the chat and all this stuff is able to be seen, and I can pull it up on the screen. For some reason, it ain't happening, so I gotta manually go through and log in and find out what's what. Shoot, you right? Hey, brother, yo, Trey, you donated $5. Appreciate it so much. Well, I guess we know who. Well, hey, like I said, we can we can do ourselves an auction if we want to. Everybody starts giving as much as they can. But we appreciate it. Yo, Trey and Jay Will, thank you all so much for donating to the show, helping us to support the channel, helping us to build and grow. $5 from each of you, it means the world to me. I appreciate it so much. And again, thank you for helping make this show great. And thank you for being a part of this empire. We appreciate it so much, man. Y'all, again, y'all don't got to give. If y'all can, it means the world to me. If anybody else wants to do it, hey, you got links on the screen, Cash App and PayPal, and links down below. We ain't trying to beg. We trying to earn our keep. We're going to make it want to give to the show. We're going to make it want to do it. We ain't going to ask. We just going to make it so that we do the plug and we keep on rolling. And if you like it, you're going to want to do it. Because the bigger this thing gets, the better it can be. And thank y'all so much. I appreciate Jay Will, Trey, and anybody else who wants to give to the show. We appreciate it so much. Thank you again for helping us out, man. Means the world. It really does mean the world. I do appreciate it, but let me not get too sentimental, because we still got a whole bunch of people chatting, and I cannot. And because this chat bot ain't working right now, for some odd reason, though everything's been updated, we gonna still rock and we gonna do what we do. Take it back old school and just start reading. So let me keep on going through. Whyte's been done. His chin resistance status in, and it's definitely at an end now. No question about it. Jay Will, I'd like for Moses to get one more step up and fight, like a Hergovich or maybe an Andy Ruiz, before he gets a Caballero Parker caliber. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. I would love to see the likes of him against an Andy Ruiz or a Big Baby Miller. If we really want to do that, if we want to build him up smartly and not just throw him to the wolves, I wouldn't do Hergovich. Hergovich right now, I wouldn't do that. Though he did look somewhat susceptible against the likes of David Adelaide, but still, you saw what he did to David Adelaide and knocking him out and completely, again, doing great work. I told y'all that Hergovich is just better than Adelaide in nearly every way. And once you get away from the hooks of Adelaide, well, brother, he ain't really got any other opportunity. Hergovich was just too big. Hergovich was too long, too educated, and too fluid with his offensive framework, and had better stamina. Everything was better for Adelaide, but he was in trouble. What was it, like round 7, round 9? One of the rounds when he got caught with 15 hooks straight to the head. Also, if you tuned into the live stream that we did for this Itauma versus Whyte card, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. I'm so glad you came through. Hopefully you enjoyed it, but we watched that fight live. We watched all the fights live. Raymond Ford as well. We got to see it all, except for, I think, the very, very first one. And so it was great. Great night of action. But now, I would wait on Hergovich. Now, I dare say I think he can beat Hergovich because of Hergovich's lack of, I want to say head movement, and he, just like we were saying all those years ago, still keeps his head somewhat centered. He still does that, and against somebody like Itauma, buddy, that's a recipe for disaster. But even still, you want to do it smart. You want to do it right. I would do Ruiz or Big Baby Miller. And then after that, now you go forth and now you're going with the big dogs. That's what I would do. Joe Louis was Deontay Wilder inspiration. He took the same nickname too. He did. What was? I think no. Bronze Bomber. Well, okay, the bomber aspect might have been from Joe Louis. Again, I don't know how true this is. The bomber aspect might have been from Joe Louis, but the bronze aspect was from the gold medal. Joe Louis was the brown bomber. Going through it again as we know the story. So yeah, well, maybe I can see it. Maybe I can see it. That's actually really, that's true. No, that's incredibly interesting. And again, you use that, but that right hand was like a sticking hydrogen bomb. I mean, he just tore through everything that he wanted to do in terms of Deontay Wilder, as well as like to Joe Louis. So yeah, I get it. Let me see. Teddy Burkshot, nah. Parker or Caballero, unless they lose. Oh, so I'm thinking you would want Parker or Caballero, unless they lose. Again, if I was managing him, I would do after Ruiz, we going with all the big dogs. That's what I would do. Also, Sack, what's good with you? How you doing? Salute to you. Appreciate you joining in on the stream. Again, just as full disclaimer, though everything is up to date, the chat bot is not coming up, so I can't bring y'all up on the screen. So I'm gonna have to read y'all out as is. So please don't feel like you're being ostracized. We're just trying to make the best of what's going on right now. Because I checked everything, and I don't know why stuff ain't working. But regardless of which, we're still going to rock, and we're still going to roll. Absolutely. Stylistic Hergovich will make him fight different. Yes, he will. No question about it. To be fair, anybody who gets hit like that back of the head is out. Yeah, no, granted, I think if we're talking about Dillian Whyte, he got caught with a hook to the head. Talking about Adelaide. Did Adelaide get caught in the back? I'm not really sure. But regardless to which, let me see. I haven't seen what's going on. What's good with you? How you doing? Appreciate you coming into the show. What you got to say? Heaven sent was a crazy week. Need heavyweights to be more active. Looking the most forward to Bud versus Canelo and Haney versus Brian Noma Jr. on that card. Absolutely. And again, if the best thing for Itauma, as well as the rest of the heavyweight division, would be to strike while the iron is hot and everybody start getting involved. Everybody start really going to work and showing up on a card, on every card you can. Because at this point in time, there's still hope that the heavyweight division, even in lieu of Usyk being all-encompassing, the Dawn, the godfather of that division. Absolutely. Brother, it can still become a division worth some noise and some anticipation. People just got to go through and do some work. That's all. They just got to go through it and be more active in it. They do that, brother. There won't be Devin Haney versus Norman, Benavidez versus Yard, Canelo versus Crawford. Those won't be the only cards that people are going to be excited for. I guarantee you that, absolutely. Let me see. AJ is the perfect opponent to pass the gauntlet on. That's another one. That's another one. That's another good one. That's another good one. Anthony Joshua. If we were going to touch on a fighter who would be, okay, this is the thing to do, it would be AJ. It would absolutely be AJ. Again, I would do it after Andy Ruiz. They'll also tell the perfect story. Andy Ruiz beat Anthony Joshua, got another up-and-coming heavyweight that's looking to become the pride of the boxing world, at least in the heavyweight division. You've already dethroned a knockout savant that was becoming a darling, or at that point in time was a darling of the heavyweight division in AJ. If you're Andy Ruiz, so can you do it again? And if Itauma knocks him out, oh my gosh, that's great. Leading into a fight with Anthony Joshua, you couldn't tell me that wouldn't be a story that writes itself. You couldn't tell me that wouldn't be something that writes its own, that wouldn't be poetry. That wouldn't be, you took out the ghost of AJ's past, then you take out AJ as well. That would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. But again, everything I would want to happen needs to happen after Andy Ruiz. It needs to happen after. That would be my best bread and butter thing to do. Let me see. Sack. Yeah, it's easy to knock out someone when you hit them in the back of the head. Oh, yeah, I think you said that before. Exactly, that back of the head shot. We saw it. I think, are we talking about with Adelaide? We talking about with Whyte? Are we talking about Adelaide with Whyte? Because that shot with Whyte, he brought down the guard and then landed a hook when Whyte was ducking down. Now, if that led to him being on the back of the head, it wasn't intentional that he was trying to hit him there. It would have been because Dillian Whyte ducked down to there trying to evade. Because Itauma punched where he was going. And then boom, put him out. It was a great performance. I didn't think it was the back of the head punch. Again, unless we're talking about a different fight. If we're talking about the Whyte fight, no, I don't think, even if it was, I don't think it was intentional. Let me see. Adelaide was able to land monster blows against Hergovich. Moses will have plenty of opportunities to land on him. Yes, he will. No question about it. Absolutely. And so, again, that's what makes that fight interesting. And again, you have to understand, everything with Itauma right now is open and viable because of this fight. Hergovich looks like a beatable opponent. Ruiz looks like a beatable opponent. Miller. Shoot, even the likes of a Caballero, Big Bang Jang, everybody that's a contender for the title, young or old, now looks like, yeah, people are putting him in those conversations. People are seeing, yes, he's ready, or at least he's able to compete at that level. How far along? Because he's still so young, we may have to wait and see. But a lot of people are switching their tune. This man still has some stuff to grow into. And a lot of people are starting to say now, hey, he's grown. He's ready for that look. He's ready for that contending set. He's ready for the Hergovich. He's ready for the Caballos. He's ready, dare I say, even for the Daniel Dubois. Those are the sentiments that some people are changing their mind about. Again, I'm not one of them, but it is being talked about more and more that this brother should already be in those dangerous conversations because he's dangerous enough to succeed. Absolutely. And I'm telling you, he's great. He really is a great brother. He really is a great brother. Let me say, I understand you, Luke, but you must not have watched Whyte's recent fights. He's not a shell of what he was after the pull-up KO. No, again, like I said before, I think this is my third time saying, you might not have heard me the first time or the second time. We are not saying that Whyte is a prime Whyte. We are not overblowing this win as a win that was, oh my gosh, give him the title now. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. We are simply saying, with everything that because again, he was on it as Jay Will eloquently put, he was on a 3-fight win streak up until this fight with Itauma. We're not saying he was back to full form, but he had some momentum, as well as he was good enough that we all expect, most of us expect, that he would be able to give Itauma some wily looks to make him not be nearly, or at least make him be less destructive than we thought he was going to be. Though we all expected it to be by knockout. To knock Whyte out in one round is incredibly impressive. And it shows further growth than we thought he was on in his career. And I'll go back to the Charles Martin Anderson fight. If Anderson had knocked out Charles Martin in one round, though Charles Martin was not great, with Martin being a world champion, facing off against Anthony Joshua, being at the top of the mountain before, and that was his litmus test to show are you really about the life of, you can be something. If he had knocked him out in one round, great. Former champion, you handled your business. You didn't need to work hard. You just blew through him, and you did what you were supposed to do. That's what we're saying. Itauma did what he was supposed to do. When oftentimes we see in the heavyweight division with up-and-coming stars, or just with stars in general, when tests like these come about, they don't handle the business like we think they should. They don't meet the expectations of, you should be able to do this. Even with an extended test, you should still be able to be everything that we say you are. Oftentimes that doesn't happen. When it does, we got to give it some props. This is one of those times. Itauma showed he is, in fact, let me scoot over real quick. He is, in fact, what we thought he was at this stage. He's better, actually, than what we thought he was at this stage, which is great. Now that he's past this hurdle, he has earned the right to be called in these conversations with, can he beat a Caballo? Can he beat a Hrgovic? Can he beat a Daniel Dubois sooner rather than later? Because for a lot of people, this timeline of where Itauma's going to be in his career is speeding up quicker off of this performance. It's getting expedited for a lot of people as to how high he can go up the food chain of the heavyweight division today. For a lot of people, that has shifted. Because of that, we have to respect it because of what this fight was supposed to be, what this fight was a litmus test for, and who is, in fact, in the conversations that we're talking about. Itauma is younger than all of these people, and he's already ranked number one, I believe, by the WBO. So even whether we want to believe it or not, he is, in fact, in these championship conversations. Whether we like it or not, he is, not by our words, by the rankings of boxing, he is in these talks, for he's above everybody else, at least in one belt commission, at least in one. This is why we got to take this stuff seriously. I'm not trying to blow it over. We got to take it seriously. And there is some validity. And again, I'm prefacing everything. Fight Andy Ruiz first. Fight Ruiz first and then go through it. You pass Ruiz, then after that, Anthony Joshua. After that, Daniel Dubois, or excuse me, Anthony Joshua, or shoot, it could be Ruiz, Hrgovic, Joshua. It could be Ruiz, Joshua, Hrgovic. It could be Ruiz, Joshua, Caballero. Any of those three, if you want a great ramping up process that is also done smartly, you do that. Again, Worley was 18-0, and he fought Justice Huni. Who's like, well, I think like 12-1 or 12-0. That's a fight that made sense, and it was a dangerous fight. We gotta put it. We gotta start putting him in these dangerous fights. We can't say whether he's ready or not. We gotta put him there because this stuff can come quicker rather than later. Don't forget, Turki Al-Sheikh wants this fight to happen between Moses Itauma and Usyk. The brother, like he is ready to put out money, boatloads of money, to make that fight. He's been saying he wanted that fight for over a year and a half. Itauma versus Usyk for the title. So we got to take it seriously because the brother who's got all the money is the one who wants to make this fight. And if it does happen, it's going to be because he got pushed and the process got expedited. So we gotta look at this with a realistic lens. There's a real road that we will see this brother go from contender to challenger for the title in potentially a year or two. We have to. Do I think he's gonna beat Usyk? No. Be clear, no. Do I think he's gonna beat Daniel Dubois? At this point in time, he's still young. But I'm going to tell you this right now. With how Daniel Dubois looked against the movement and speed of Usyk, there's some stuff there, man. I'm like, it's possible. It's definitely possible. It's going to be a hard pressure, but it's possible. Anthony Joshua, oh yeah, he's possible he can beat him. Caballero, he can beat him. That's going to be that will be, if I was going to go with a young versus young fight, that would be the fight I'd make. Caballero versus Itauma. Consistent motor and body attack versus the slickness and power and just great all-around ability of Itauma. That'd be a great one. But these awards we gotta start discussing because they are indeed a real thing. No question about it. As we're going through, let me see. I'm still trying to make sure that I'm not missing anybody because we have had so many people in the chat down. But look, gosh, great day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to get this chat about working because there's a bunch of people here. My goodness, this is great. I love it. I absolutely. And again, if you're here, please leave a like on the stream. Please, if you haven't already, leave a like. Hit the like. Go ahead and let the people know what you got to say. I want to hear from you. And keep on subscribing if you haven't already, and keep on joining the Empire. Absolutely. Let me Teddy. Hold on. What did Teddy say? Wait a second. Yeah, I understand you. Yep, absolutely. Most ranked number 1 WBO. Ranked number 2 WBA. Yep, absolutely. Give him a bigger fight. You got to give him a bigger fight than Adelaide. Yeah, it's like the ranking, again, he's at a point right now where 2 of the 4 belts, he is a top 2 or number 1 contender. So, by proxy of that, we can say Usyk is too far out of reach. I can't say for certain that everybody else isn't really in reach for Itauma. You can say he loses. That's fine. You can say he may not be ready for it. That's fine from the standpoint of, okay, he can't beat him. But you can't say that he can't compete. You can't say that. That's why we got to have these conversations. Let me see. Let me see. Today after KO, Whyte came back in the rematch and stopped breaking him for round. Yes, he did. I'm going through. I expected him to get KO'd early, and I don't fully believe in Moses, but his stock went up in my narrative. Okay. Well, you know what? That's good. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. You don't have to buy into that he is going to completely steamroll the boxing world. Don't do that. Absolutely. But at least be able to admit that he is indeed rising and is answering questions that we have been having about him, of what he can do. We can at least say that. We can then delve into who can he be. In fact, that's the perfect question. That's the perfect question, actually. Hold on. Let's jump into that real quick. Let's jump into that. Based on what we know now, with Itauma stock rising up, let's have an honest conversation. Who do you think is really beatable for Itauma at this point in time? In your eyes. It can be 1 name, it can be 3 names, it can be however many. But I want to hear from you, what names do you actually think are beatable at this real elite contending status of the heavyweight division? And we're talking Hrgovic, we're talking Big Bang Jang, we're talking Caballero, we're talking Wardley, we're talking Justice Hoonley, we're talking Anthony Joshua, we're talking Daniel Dubois. Of those names and or more, depending on who you have as your contending status heavyweights, who are the people that you feel can beat or can be beaten by Moses Itauma if he did fight against him? Or you would be able to pick him over his opponent if they fought against him at this point in time. Because let's have a shock to reality moment real quick. Let's just take us back. Let's think about what exactly at this point is his threshold of achievability for his career right now. Because he's going to get better. He is doing all this at 20. But by 25, Lord willing, if he stays healthy and nothing goes wrong, he's going to make this version of himself look like a bum. And I say that in the best way possible. I don't say that derogatory. He's going to make this version of himself look like a bum. We know that. But just for the time being, what is it that he can be? Or who is it that he can be? As I keep on reading, let me see. Hrgovic kind of overrated. Nearly got dropped and stopped by Adelaide. Itauma punches are harder than him. You're right. He is. But it's also, Hrgovic is very educated. And he got some crack of his own. And he got linked, like real. And unlike some of the other heavyweights that we've seen Itauma face, Hrgovic knows how to use that size. And he can break the windows upstairs and downstairs to the body and to the head and attack you. And hit some really close openings. And he's not nearly as beat up or past his prime as Dillian Whyte. Like that's a real threat. He's still a dangerous. He still is one of the better challengers for the heavyweight championship. He still is one of the better challengers for the rest of the heavyweight division. Anybody. And so I'm not saying he's the greatest thing, but I'm saying he is good. He is indeed good. Because he made Adelaide look like didn't belong. Outside of that round 9 flurry. But let me see, Ruiz versus Moses in Mexico, and you can imagine Moses beating Ruiz in Mexico with that type of style. Oh my gosh, he gained so many fans. He would gain so many fans. He would gain so much popularity if he can tap into them and make that audience love him as well. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's beautiful. That's incredible. That would be phenomenal. Let me see. I'm going through. I heard PBC is cooking up something also. I think they have a card that they're making, but I'm not entirely sure of who at this point in time. At this point in time. I'm not entirely sure. Let me see. Same thing when Lewis pushed Tyson down after the punch, and they call it knockdown. Not the same thing. But some of the stuff don't hit hard enough because he doesn't step into his punch. Okay, all right, yeah, I can respect that. Going through right now. Punching a moving target is difficult, so rapid punching can't happen. Yeah, that is again. If it was behind the head, and again, I didn't think it was behind the head, but if it was behind the head, it was not intentional. I promise you, it wasn't intentional. And because he was indeed tracking the head of Itauma when he ripped that glove down and punched where he was going to duck to. Yeah, but I saw this with Joe Frazier. When Joe Frazier would duck low, he would get caught in the back of the head as well. Not because it was intentional, but because when doing like that, your back of your head is exposed. And so it can't happen. But it wasn't, thankfully, it was not intentional. Thankfully, it was no long-term effects or injury. But still, the shot placement, shot selection was the right shot. But let me keep on reading. Itauma versus Warden would be a perfect big up corner fights. Then they definitely up next, whoever wins that. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yo, Deborah, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. Angry Mexican as well. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us on today. As I gotta push up the pace. So let me just keep on reading. Nobody said it was intentional, but it hit in the back of the head. Okay, so it wasn't intentional, but it happened anyway. I can respect that absolutely. Tom versus Wardley, great matchup. I would love that match, no question about it. Moses haters in the house. I don't think there's Moses haters. I think it's more so people still need to see that one guy to really validate, okay, yeah, he is that. And I respect it. For me, Whyte was that guy, and he proved it. But still, everybody's got their things they got to do. No question about it. But as I keep on going, Jared Solid, yeah, don't remember throwing the punch. I got to watch it again. Coach UK, going through right now. Let me see. Okay, so answer the question, who can beat him? All of them, anything is possible when you step in the ring. Okay, I feel you, Sack. I feel you. So if anything can happen, everybody's beatable. You're right. Everybody is beatable. But in terms of who we would pick for him to win, that's the question. Cabello destroys everything in the heavyweight division. I'm sorry. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think Cabello's great. Cabello is great. I would love to see Cabello versus Justice Huni. I would love to see Cabello versus Justice. I would love to see Cabello versus the Fabio Ward. Justice Huni is a great boxer. He just got caught by one of the most powerful punches in the division. But everybody was beating Ward. Huni versus Cabello, that would be an interesting fight because of how Justice Huni is able to actually work his way on the inside and avoid stuff. And got some great power and punch selection to boot. Want to see what Cabello's going to be able to do with that because he already got knocked down by Zhang when he was in full control because of some lack of defensive responsibility. But if that happens again against Justice Huni, who's got a better gas tank, who is younger, who is faster as well, and has shown some real skills. Oh, yeah. That can be something serious. So I don't know. Definitely he ain't beating Usyk. I would be interested to see him against Daniel Dubois, but I'm not picking Caballero against Dubois at this point in time. So I don't say everybody, but he's definitely doing a path of instruction of his own. But let me see Teddy Burkshot, Dubois, AJ, Wilder, Wardley. That's it. For the names of who can beat, or for the names of who Moses can beat, Dubois, AJ, Wilder, Wardley. Wilder, I agree. And I would love to see that fight because it'll be one of the last big paydays that Wilder can get. If Wilder beats Itauma, then guess what? Wilder's back in a potential contending opportunity. If Itauma beats and knocks out Wilder, who we all know is notoriously hard to knock out, though, yes, Tyson Fury did it. He's only been knocked out by the likes of Tyson Fury and Big Bang Jang, two of some of the biggest people in the heavyweight division. We talk about his boxing skills not being great, but he handles that test. Dare I say he takes the right hand from Wilder and keeps on kicking and then knocks him out with the left of his own. That will shut a lot of people up from the standpoint of how they feel about his ability to take on a lot of other people, though we know exactly where Wilder is right now. Well past his prime. I thought should have attacked. I could see that fight happen. I really could. And then AJ, right now that fight with AJ for me is 50-50. And I don't even think they would fight each other because they're both trained by Ben Davidson. If I got my trainers right. I believe they're both trained by the same brother. So I don't think, unless somebody left, I don't think that fight would happen. I hope it did, just because I want to see it. But I don't think that fight would happen. And then Dubois, I don't think he's beaten. At this point in time, I'm not picking him against Dubois. I have Zhang knocking his butt out early. Really? Wow. Really? Okay. All right. This is interesting. I got Zhang knocking him out early. I see Caballero breaking him down and it being a dog fight, though I see Fury outpointing him and irritating. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about Tyson Fury. Fury's still back. So, yeah, and again, though the list may not be big, it's bigger than what it was in the past. And the unpredictability of an upset can happen against this guy is indeed there. Because this man's showing some great stuff. He's showing some great talent. Showing some great skill. And now he's going to be forced, most likely, to fight against some better competition. It's like, okay, you handle this test. There's nothing we can really say. Except for, we may not think you can win, but we know you good. We know you one of them ones in this division. You may not pick it, but brother, you are living up to what we thought you were going to be. You are living up to the expectations of what we saw with your talent as a fighter. We can at least say he's doing that. And if he keeps on beating and winning like this, we're going to be saying that a lot more. I promise you that. Let me see. Heaven sent. What you guys say? Caballero and Wardley should fight this year. That, yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Minimum next year. I believe Wardley's still the interim title holder at this point in time with his win over Justice Tooney. We want to see him back in the ring. Yeah, the buddy took a lot of punishment in that fight, but still, I want to see, ring rust can be the bane of a fighter's existence. And he needs to get back in the ring because, brother, the way you looked against Hooney, you need to get yourself active and you need to get yourself active and added on skill sets in that activity. Because if not, brother, we could, everything that we have as conversations against Itauma can be just as quickly put on the likes of Wardley. And Wardley, at this point in time, it don't look nearly as good as Itauma. I'm going to be real. At this point in time, Wardley, if we're going off of their last performances, even their last 5, or last 3, is it fair to say that though the talent isn't the same, or though the talent faced is not the same, completely right, is it at least fair to say that on the paper, it looks like that Itauma is a better fighter than Wardley? from the standpoint of the skills that they have, the ability. Both of them still got power. Both of them knocking everybody out. But the way that each one of them is doing it, well, Wardley is always coming from behind. Always coming from behind. Moses is never letting his opponent get ahead. Ever. Seemingly. It's insane. Yes, the competition is different. I completely understand. Not comparing the competition, but simply what they show in the ring. We've seen more growth from Itauma than we have from Ward. I've been saying that for a couple months with Ward. And I don't like that. I really don't. Because Ward has been winning the last couple of his fights the same way. He gets gassed, he gets tired, he gets outboxed, and then he comes from behind and grits his teeth to knock an opponent out, which I have no issue with that. But at some point in time, it's going to bite you in the butt. And you ain't going to be able to save yourself with just a one-punch KO. You're not going to be able to do it. You ain't. And it can be a problem. It can be a major problem. Absolutely. Let me see. The heavyweight Russian will give him some problem. You talking about the dude that cracks his neck all the time? The dude that cracks his neck like Mike Tyson, like he's always twitching. I can't remember his name. No, I don't think he beats him. No, no, I don't think he beats him. I do not think he beats him. With all the respect in the world, I do not believe he beats that. But I don't. I don't see how. No. I think that's I can entertain a lot of things, but I don't think I can entertain that because that just doesn't seem. No, yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely, if Caballero was able to do that to him, but Itauma's gonna mess him over in a bad way. Itauma's gonna mess him over in an incredibly bad way if that's the case. Let me keep on reading though. Bacoli, as I'm going through right now, good gosh, this thing is. How do I reset this thing? Come on. Don't do this to me now. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. Okay, I think we are. Okay, yeah, we're back. Okay, we're back. Yeah. Are we back? Hold on. Are we back? Wait a minute. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now, good gosh. I don't know what happened there. My goodness. I don't know what happened. Everything just went dark for me all of a sudden. Oh gosh. But either way, let me keep on reading. Let me make sure I'm catching everybody. Yeah, the Russian brother, Makhmudov, that's what it is. Thank you, Sergey, thank you. Also, Sergey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into this show. So glad that you're here with us on today. I apologize, I was blanking on the name. You helped me out. Makhmudov, yeah, Makhmudov does not beat Moses Itauma. Absolutely not. There's no way in the world. You saw what Caballero was able to do with him to the body. You know Itauma is a... Did you see his body? Have you seen the body attack he's been able to do over the last 3 fights? 5 fights, actually. It's been downstairs to the body. He'll kill him. He will kill him downstairs. Absolutely, he will kill him downstairs. And let me keep on going through. Bacoli, listen, from Heaven Sent, Bacoli really destroyed his name. Haven't heard his name in the mix since his last performance. Yeah, I mean, his last fight was against F.A. Ajagba. They were in talks to schedule a rematch with each other. And so we're waiting to see when that fight's going to happen. So it's a wait and see moment. Now, could he beat Bacoli? If I was picking between the two right now, especially with if we saw F.A. Ajagba be able to go through and almost literally break Bacoli's ankles just with footwork. And we watched that fight live, so you know exactly when Bacoli almost rolled his ankle trying to track him around the ring. And speed can be something just like with Joseph Parker that can catch and hurt the likes of Bacoli. Though that size is going to be monstrous. It's hard for me to say that Bacoli wouldn't be able to get beat by Moses Itauma, at least for me, right now. Wilder's a perfect one to get him a lot of American fans. Yes. Yes, he is. My gosh, yes, he is. Oh, no question about that. No question. If you want to make a star real quick, let Itauma face off against Wilder at a big time event in a big time city. And old versus new, both knockout artists, and let Wilder get knocked out. And watch how quickly we have everybody saying, yeah, he's the best heavyweight in the world. Now, that's not going to be true. Let me be clear. It's not going to be true. It's not going to be true that he's the best heavyweight in the world. But that type of hype will start following Itauma because Wilder, as a big name for the States or for the United States as an American name, who is still in the mind's eye of a lot of people, even with them being, even with the better understanding of Wilder well past what he is, that will be a huge win for Itauma to really make himself great. No question about it. Let me see. I messed up your part, Luke, hold on. Let's see. Messed up part, Luke. But they both win in different. But one is getting a lot of resilience and grit, and the other one's getting early finishes and doesn't get touched. What happens when he gets touched? That's still a question. Be clear. I am not overlooking that. I'm not overlooking that. I'm not overlooking that at all. You gotta understand, when we're talking about, if we're going back to the conversation of Wardley versus, if we're going back to Wardley versus Itauma, they're winning differently. You're right. And one's being tested all the time. And the other one is passing tests with flying colors. Easily. The reason why I'm speaking well about one and not about the other is the same reason why I'm saying Wardley, when he does indeed go to that elite level, is going to be in trouble. It's not just about winning. It's about how you win. I am not saying that Wardley is not proven. He absolutely is. The issue with Fabio Wardley, he has not gotten better since these arduous wars that he's consistently been in. He was losing to David Adelaide and just had to dig deep, or at least he was having to struggle against Adelaide and then just had to dig deep and just try to maul him to win. And he did. Great credit to him. We're talking about the most recent wins. It was a great win against a younger, undefeated brother in Adelaide at that point in time. And he showed us some stuff about it. Great. But it was still there's some trepidation. And you didn't really adapt with skill. You adapted with will. And we loved it. Teddy Ellis talks about all the time. Will in a fighter, you can't teach it. You just got to have it. You're absolutely right. And he is absolutely right about that. And we were loving that about him when he beat Adelaide. When he fought against Justice Hooney, he lost every round of that fight outside of round 2 or round 1. And through sheer grit and will, he knocked out Hooney. Absolutely right. With a Hail Mary shot that was the last vestiges of his reserves of strength. But you have to understand, that fight was won off of a literal puncher's chance, because by the time round 4 came about, he had nothing left to do. There was nothing left to add. There was no change in offensive direction. His defense got sloppier than the fight with David Adelaide. He got worse. At least against a better opponent, he looked worse. It was not looked worse. It was the worst performance of his career up until that point. Yes, Justice Hooney is a great fighter, and he got pushed with a great brother, but you shrunk when you faced up against a better, competent fighter. When you had, before the likes of Hooney, you had already been in like 2 or 3 other wars where the same thing happened. And you didn't show anything else to get better from those wars that you learned from or that we thought you would learn from. With every fight that we're seeing with Itauma, while the talent may not match the same level as the likes of Wardley, how he goes about winning, we see the wheels turning. And yes, he got power, he got physical ability, but he is outthinking his man every time. He's setting him up every time. In fact, how he wins is the difference. If it's somebody's getting touched up, but they're always coming out on top, which is great, versus somebody who is not getting touched, but is outclassing all of their opponents. If we're going off of how somebody is able to, if you're always in these knockdown, drag out brawls, in part, yes, it could be because of stylistically. But if we're having the same concerns with the damage that you're taking in all of these fights, but something isn't clicking when it comes to your game plan to dominate a fight without potentially putting yourself in a level of harm's way that is similar to the trajectory of a Joe Joyce. We all know the story of Juggernaut Joe, don't we? The brother had knocked out Joseph Parker. How did he do it? He just took the punishment and kept on going. He was beating people left, right, and center in the heavyweight division. Beat Daniel Dubois, took the punishment, kept on going. Used a great jab in that fight, but still was taking punishment, a lot of it, and just kept on running. Wasn't defensively great, wasn't defensively sound, was eating shots more than eating punches. His face was his defense. And his size was his offense. And it worked, and it worked, and it worked, and it worked, and it worked up until it didn't. Big Bang came along and completely blew up Joe Joyce. And he'll never get back to the top of the mountain. This buddy got knocked out by Derek Chisora. Or he got knocked down by Derek Chisora and lost to Derek Chisora. Joe Joyce would never get to the top of the mountain because he never changed. And when he tried to change, what happened? He couldn't. One of the worst defensive guards I've ever seen in my life was Joe Joyce, because he did not learn anything else about his style up until it was too late. And now you see where he's at. That's what I see as a road for Fabio Wardley. Not because he isn't exciting, not because he isn't talented, but because there is no growth up here without a handle situations when you're getting beat. It's just, I got to bite down on my mouthpiece and really go to town and just got to outwork people. That is not it is, that type of mindset is not bad. No, I'm not, it's not bad. Again, some of the greatest have done it. Rocky Marciano could do that same thing. Eat punishment, take punishment, and keep on trucking. Arturo Gatti. Ward. We've seen it. We know grit has made some of the greatest fight. Grit and will has made some of the greatest fights we've ever seen. But you have to also understand, those same names I brought up did indeed change every time they went through one of those wars. They did. They went, and even if they went through a war again, they were able to manage it a whole lot better. They were able to adapt and change leagues better. They were able to come out cleaner. Even if their fighting style was predicated on a whirling dervish of violence. Sean Porter, great example. Fights on the inside. Will and grit out the wazoo. Has been multiple time champion. Multi-division champion, I believe. And going through it, and it has been great. Should be in the Hall of Fame. And is respected as one of the better fighters of that 147-pound division. Helped make that division great. Went to war with everybody. But it wasn't just that he went to war. He was able to go to war and change in the midst of it. And he was able to turn fights around. He was able to fight up to the level, overcome opponents. He was beating Terrence Crawford for upwards of 7 rounds, 9 rounds, or at least on the scorecards. He was up on Terrence Crawford before, yes, he got stopped. He fought Errol Spence to nearly a draw. Nearly a draw. In one of the better fights of that year. It was an incredible performance. But it's because we saw over the years, he kept on changing with every war. Wardley isn't doing that. He's the same brother every time. He's winning the same way with a Hail Mary. Or just getting mad. That can work up until a point. And we talked about that when he beat Adelaide. When he beat Hooney. We saying the same thing then. We saying it now. He fights like that. He's not going to become a champion. Because he's going to get beat. He's going to get knocked out. Because at some point in time, you're going to reach a level where people got the power to put you out if you're going to keep using your chin as your best weapon of defense. Itauma isn't doing that. He's not at all. He's showing leagues better ability and leagues better understanding of the game than Wardley at this stage right now. I'm not saying it isn't going to be a tough outing. I'm not saying it's going to be a test, but I am saying they're both winning differently. But at the same time, there's a clear discrepancy into which difference is the better difference. And right now, it's the way that Itauma is going about winning his fights. It is a lot more all-encompassing. It is less predicated with just will. And he can still dig deep, but guess what? He does it in a manner that keeps not just himself clean, but goes to the point that it completely overshadows anything that his opponent wants to do. Anything. He's that special. Wardley, he can add on. He can be better. But the problem is, every time I've seen him out, it's been the same thing. The improvement or lack thereof is going to bite him in the butt. Whereas with Itauma right now, we're talking about a man who is achieving great things and is moving very quickly. But what have I been saying? His ability is beyond his years of experience. And what he does in the ring, we don't even see some of the actual contenders at heavyweight do. Ever. Like with Fabio Ward. What are those things? Let's delve into them right now. Let's delve into them right now. We don't got to be hyperbolic. We don't got to go through it and beat around the bush. We can talk about exactly what makes Moses Itauma great. The specific skill sets of what makes him great. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say before we delve into this topic. I'm interested in the list of top 5 heavyweights that you see becoming champion. In the future, if we want to say like within the next 3 years, if Usyk retires, if Usyk doesn't retire, probably nobody. I'm going to be real. If Usyk doesn't retire, there's probably nobody right now that's going to be champion. Probably. If I was to pick. But if he did retire, let's say hypothetically, and it was time for the next people, it would be Dubois would become the next champion. Or if we had 4 champions individually who could win a belt, if they all got split up again, it would be Dubois. It would be, it would be Dubois. It would be Itauma. It would be I want to say Caballero. Yeah. Dubois, Itauma, Caballel, Hergovich, and then who's that fifth guy? Dubois, Itauma, Caballel, Hergovich. Who would be that fifth brother? Who would be the, who is it? Hold on, wait a minute, I know who. Hold on, wait, give me a second. Give me 1 second, hold on. What's his name? What is his name? I'ma find it. What is his brother's name? Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna find it. It's like a is he from New Zealand? Is he from Australia? I keep forgetting his name, but it's a long, lanky brother. He's like 6'6", with stupid long arms, and got combinations that can flow like water and power to boot. And he's got some really good legs on him. And I can't pronounce his name correctly, but him would be my fifth guy. Let me look it up. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. What's his brother's name? What is this dude's name? It's a long name, and I think he's from New Zealand. Oh, not Jasuni. No, not Frank. Not Jazor. What's his name? I can't find it. I can't find him. But if I can remember that fifth brother's name, I remember. I can't remember. Oh, wait. Oh, Parker. Oh. Yeah, nah. I wasn't even thinking of Parker. I completely forget. Yeah, Joseph Parker. My bad. Forget the guy that I'm forget. Forget the man that I'm forget. That fifth guy will be Parker. That fifth guy absolutely will be Parker. Absolutely. Oh yeah, that's what his name. Yes, thank you, Terra Moana. Thank you so much. Thank you, Heaven Sent. That's the name I was looking for. Terra Moana. Terra Moana is the name I was trying to think of that next brother who can be a champion down the line. Terra Moana. I love that brother. I love that kid. He's still got some room to grow. But with Parker in the mix, I can't put him there right now. Even with Hergovich there, I still think Hergovich is better than Moana right now. But Moana's gaining some steam real quick. Real quick. And I'm expecting some better tests to come from him, to come up to him later on. Sooner rather than later. But if it's not Terra Moana, which, again, thank you for helping me remember, then it's Parker. It's Parker. It's Parker. That's my list. Itauma, Joseph Parker, Itauma, Joseph Parker, Hergovich, Caballel, Dubois. In no particular order. But if there was a new rank, if there was 4 belts, those would be the 5 people that I could see winning one of the 4 championships in the heavyweight world. Those are my guys. Those are my guys. They're so good. I don't, and I can't say Wardley, because Wardley at this point in time, I know this brother, if he doesn't show me something better, if he doesn't show some improvement defensively, this cat's gonna get knocked out multiple times. He's gonna get hurt. I don't like, It's the same thing that I don't like with Kermel Moton now. I don't like when a fighter can take punishment, but chooses to take punishment instead of being smart. I don't like it. When you do that, now you get into a mode of you can't withstand what an opponent does to you. And you feel that nothing's going to hurt you. And then when something does, now you're ruined. Now there's too much accumulated damage for you to be able to continue in that style, yet it's the only thing you know. And now you get caught and you get put out. You get put out. We laud the chin of Canelo, but it's because the chin of Canelo isn't just great, but he's responsible with it. He's responsible with it. He doesn't choose just to take punishment, though he can take the punishment. He doesn't choose just to eat shots, though he can eat the shots. But if you're choosing to say, I can just walk through stuff, and you don't do the proper stuff, it's going to bite you in the butt, and inevitably, somebody's going to stop you. And once one gets you, everybody else falls in line. Once you get hit by one, and it goes wrong, you're done. You're done. You're done. Once one gets you, you're done. Most of the time, you're done. Not that a knockout makes or breaks everything. Again, Manny Pacquiao has been knocked out before by Juan Manuel Marquez, and early in his career. But guess what? Pound for pound, this man was able to go through 8 divisions and withstand some of the heavier punchers that we've seen in those divisions of that era. Phenomenal. But have fought and beat Margarito at his own volume game. He beat up Miguel Cotto. This man beat Timothy Bradley twice after losing the first time, though Timothy Bradley ain't a great puncher. But the chin against all aspects, unless it was timed with the perfect shot, was able to withstand some of the better punchers that we've seen in the era. That's a great chin, but he also was responsible with it. And though his fighting style may seem like, a little bit reckless, he was moving his head out the center line. He was using his speed to get out the way. He was using angles to make it so that he was unhittable. He did the right things. And when he did get caught, guess what? His chin retained the shock instead of going to sleep. Because he didn't let himself just get hit because he could get hit. And when you're not responsible with that ability of a chin, it can get taken away from you with a drop of a hat. Even George Foreman was responsible with the chin. And that brother could eat shots for days. Both in his prime and in his later years. Mummy style to keep you at bay would actually lean back, would be reckless, yes, because he could do it. But he was still smart with blocking, smart with leverage, smart with smothering, smart with controlling to make it so you can't just do what you want against. Even though I can take whatever you dish out. When you're not like that, you get put in trouble. That's what I see with Wharton. That's going to get him put down. That's going to hurt him bad. It's going to hurt him real bad. But Parker's kind of is kind of hyped right now. 3 questionable fights. I mean, I don't think it's questionable. He beat Deontay Wilder when at that point in time Wilder was looking to fight AJ. Yes, Wilder was indeed over the hill, but it wasn't at that point in time. Okay, you're still at least on the level or close to or in the vicinity of Anthony Joshua. And if you land the right hand, brother, you put him out. For him to be able to evade and also take the right hand and beat Wilder that soundly, that again, we had only seen the likes of up until that point, Fury do. That was impressive. Then going on to beat Big Bang Jang, who was looking great after then going about knocking out Wilder in his own right. And you were able to take his punches, go down twice, get back up and outbox him the rest of the round and overwhelm, the rest of the fight and overwhelm him. That's impressive. Then the fight, Bacoli, though again, Bacoli came in on notice with the hype train that Bacoli was in. Don't forget, people like Showbiz that you don't notice were like, oh yeah, oh nah. Joseph Parker's about to lose. They were saying it. People were genuinely thinking that Parker was about to lose because of the name of who Bacoli was as a fighter. Coming out the backs of Jared Anderson, taking the fight on short notice. Nobody expected it, but everybody was like, yes, we want this. And he beat him. It's good wins. They are. And it earned him his place, deservedly so. And to be the mandatory for Usyk's title. We were all saying he deserved it. We were saying he deserved it more than Dubois deserved the shot. Because he did. Though Dubois had his own resurgence in his career. Well, let me rephrase that. Both of them deserved the shot equally. Dubois had gone through the ringer in his own right. Joseph Parker had gone through the ringer in his own right. Dubois had knocked out Anthony Joshua to get a shot at the IBF title, won it. Or won it against Joshua and gone through Miller, Hrgovic, Joshua. Better names, absolutely, but the same road to redemption was both of them. So, and we weren't questioning it then. We ain't going to question it now. It's still good, still quality. It's just the fact that now he's actually in the mix and we see all these other people. It's like, oh, is Joseph Parker really that good with the likes of Itauma, with the likes of Hrgovic, with all these recent heavyweights coming through and doing all this work? And we ain't seen Parker in a minute. Is he really all about the hype? Let me tell you something right now. Parker is indeed worth the hype that he is. He is a good heavyweight. He's a great heavyweight. He's right now ranked, I believe, top 3 or top 4 for good reason. Because he ain't a joke. This is what he got: speed, durability, and power. And he can go for 12. And he can slip inside. And he can adapt and change. He's got so many weapons to him. He is very good. He's doing it. And he is a smaller heavyweight in this era. And he is still doing this type of work. He is good. Be clear. He's good and he deserves where he's at right now. Defensively and activity-wise, Wardley only got that left hook. All one-trick ponies got exposed like Wilder and Ryan Garcia. That's all we're saying. And that perfectly pivots into this fight with Itauma. Unlike with Wardley and a couple other people in the heavyweight division that are contenders, Itauma is not a one-trick pony. This man, the reason why he is so great and he is being so touted isn't just because of the power. It's not just because, oh, he knocked out Dillian Whyte, now he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. No. You got to understand. When we say this brother does everything beyond his years, he does everything beyond his years. Every time he goes into attack, he is feinting with that jab or with his feet going through. That's how we got Dillian Whyte caught up and in trouble in the first place, because he didn't know when the actual opportune punch was coming. He does a little bit of that similar thing with Usyk, circling that jab of his to go and bait out something for the opponent or make him scared. And we talked about how he built the foundation to the body. Of his last 4 fights, he has gone downstairs consistently to start out the action and to set everything up. Feints upstairs, jab downstairs. A straight to the body. Another straight to the body. 1-2. Feint, jab to the head. 1-2. Feint a jab to the body. Go upstairs, then go back downstairs. Every time if you avoid him, he'll look for the body attack before the head attack. And once you get comfortable, then he changes up and sets it. And you get comfortable with it quick because his pace is so fast. On top of the feints, the brother starts out quick. We are in a slow heavyweight era. We are. Big lumbering heavyweights without great feet. And that can get tired in late stages. This brother is pushing the pace in a fight by round 1 immediately. Similar to Usyk. You're already up here when it comes to how fast you're fighting this brother, which is insane, which is ridiculous, but which is quality. He starts high and can get up even higher. But again, he does it in a manner that is fast and fluid. He goes through and he's able to, not just with that high pace, not just with the feints, and not just with the body attack, he blends everything so well. He's able to go through and seamlessly transition upstairs, downstairs, angles and feints, counter windows. It's simple of what he throws and where he wants to go and how he goes about doing it. We always talk about this channel. Take advantage of what's available. Usyk takes advantage of what is available. Doesn't look to go for one thing deliberately, though he does have a game plan. He goes, and if the body's available, I'm going downstairs. And if it keeps becoming available, I'm going to keep scoring. The head's going to open up eventually, but I'm going to go through with what doesn't move and with what always worked. Mike Tyson also would start his work downstairs to the body. That was the foundation of his thing. Again, I'm not comparing his greatness to either of them in terms of Itauma compared to a Usyk or Tyson. But I'm saying the greats of what they did in their approach and how they fought, we're seeing some similar stuff. The calmness of a likes of a Joe Louis, being able to just simply do what needs to be done with a stone face, never overreacting. Never getting out of control. Speaking of control, he's able to control the ring even when he doesn't throw a punch because he's got great depth perception and distance management control. One of the things that we don't talk about with the Itauma enough is just with the defensive side of the spectrum. This man is able to go through and lean back all the time. And we say leaning back is horrible. I even don't like the fact that he leans back all the time. We're trying to evade, most of the time, when he's trying to evade punches. But it's because he understands the reach of his opponent and the depth of field of where you can and cannot land is incredible. Literally, go watch the last 3 of his fights. This brother is going nigh untouched. Because of the fact he knows exactly where your punch ends and his punch can begin without having to be concerned with what's coming at him. Because he knows, oh, you can't touch me. I'm here, I'm jabbing with you, I'm going through big right, or big left straight. Going as he is a southpaw, right? He is a southpaw. I think I said he was a southpaw. Let me validate. Hold on. Let me validate. What are you doing? I'll validate later. Whichever one of his dominant hands that he throws. Straight to the body. Hook to the head. Hook to the body. And then boom. You'll see him lean back. You'll see him be safe. And then work his way back in again. Evade and then continue the pressure. Be safe. Defensive. He'll also be able to roll under shots. Other dealing Whyte, he was rolling under shots and away from shots as well. It's just like he done in his last 4 fights. Getting away from offense, switching and turning it around, and then calmly keeping the pressure on. And keeping that high activity, that high work rate, that high urgency. While not losing himself and making his opponent get frazzled, feeling overwhelmed, feeling overly consumed by, I'm not ready to start this hot, but this brother's already there. It's an insane skill set. And it's not even the half of it. The brother, on top of the defense, on top of the head movement, on top of being able to have great distance management, on top of the body attack, this brother in Itauma, on top of the calmness, knows when you're hurt. And why is that important? It's not just because that, oh, you see somebody wobbling in on shaky legs, oh, you know they're in trouble. I've complained about this on the show multiple times. It might not have been when a lot of you all were coming in. Again, y'all, some of y'all are new, some of y'all have been here. Appreciate all of you. And also leave a like on the stream if you like what you're hearing. But one thing that I've said all the time, or at least if I haven't said it outwardly, I've said it internally. I hate when a fighter goes through and doesn't recognize when their opponent is ready to go. When they waste time. when they still operate as normal without the urgency of, okay, yeah, we got him where we want him. It's time to get him out of there. I hate that. I hate that. But Itauma, I don't have to hate it because it doesn't happen for him. If he has you hurt, he is going to end you. And he recognizes it just like that. It's just similar to how Inoue recognizes it when he got his opponent hurt. Why do I say that? Because there was a shot to the body that Itauma landed on Whyte that started everything that we see with that knockout that happened 30 seconds later. It started everything. A straight to the body started everything. He had landed about 3 or 4 straights in that round alone on top of the body attack that he was doing against Dillian Whyte in that fight. But this one was different. And immediately, there was a switch that flipped. Though his face didn't show it, the pace of the fight shifted. It changed. But normally when I see somebody get hurt to the body like that, or somebody get a shot like that does indeed affect them, but it's not nearly as visible. The opponent doesn't take to it. He doesn't press. He doesn't go. He doesn't attack because you got him where you want him. But it's so subtle, it's hard to see. Itauma saw it. Shot that straight to the body. And then, because he was anticipating what was going to come back at him, retreated to the center of the ring. Because normally we was expecting Whyte to throw a big shot in lieu because Whyte was hurt. And once he saw that, okay, yeah, you ain't throwing nothing back as well, jumped on him immediately. 3-punch combination, and then put him on the ropes, and then boom, 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 boom. Had him rocked, and then had him wobbled, and then still went through with the high pace, but the same calmness, and eventually knocked him out. But it was the recognition of when you're in trouble that is so special. It's hard, and I can't remember who said it, but it's hard to teach that. It's hard to smell blood in the water when it's that faint. It's hard to be that bloodthirsty and to be that driven immediately when something happens. When it's a big, oh my God, she's all over the place type of stuff, yeah, sure. Anybody can see that. But to be able to pick up on the subtle things in a fighter's reaction, to understand where they are and what you need to do to get to them that quickly before the opponent has time to recover. When normally, hey, yeah, I can potentially hide it and get out of round 1. It's insane. It's a ridiculous sense of urgency. It's a ridiculous sense of recognition of pain, recognition of anguish, and to react on it that quickly. That is not common. It ain't. It's not. It's a different type of killer instinct. It's a different type of killer mentality. It's a different type of mental switch of, okay, yeah, it's time to go. We've seen plenty of people double over to the body when they get caught with a shot, and nobody normally goes through at it and try to, okay, boom, push the pace and get it up. It really get the ball rolling. But Itauma did. And he was setting up that shot all night long. It's an insane thing. That was one of the most impressive things I saw on that night. Beyond just the feigning and using the jab straight combination as one of his best weapons, as the main weapon, to make him so unpredictable while only throwing 2 styles of punches. Being able to have that level of unpredictability while in the face of consistency, with him being the consistent guy, throwing again the jab straight, the 1-2. Downstairs or up, he's able to switch the rhythm and more so switch the look so subtly that you don't know what's coming. But more than anything, when you're hurt, this brother got you. And when he got you, this man's insane. He's insane. He's so insane. That's what makes him so special. That's what makes him a killer. He's an all-encompassing killer that's becoming better and better every time out. It's an incredible thing. It truly is an incredible thing. Let me keep on reading what you all got to say. Let me see. OG Blaze, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad you're here with us on today. Let me see. I'm still. All right, man. Itauma hasn't beat anyone, so let's pump the brakes again. Again, you came a little bit late. We're not saying he's beaten everybody. Like I said at the start of the show, Itauma handled his business better than even we all thought he was supposed to handle his business against a brother who was supposed to be a litmus test for you might need to do something different because this cat has been around the block, and though he's older, still got some tricks and experience and power that can make you potentially have to reevaluate some things and how you go about this fight. To handle it in one round deserves the praise and recognition and respect. And it deserves the hype of, hey, this man's the real deal. We're not saying he's beaten a Hergovich. Or we're not saying he has beaten a Hergovich. We're not saying he has beaten a Warden, a Honey, a Usyk, a Dubois. We're not saying that. But we can encapsulate that what we are seeing is something that is special. And it's something that it can be, if this keeps going, the rest of the heavyweight division better watch out. Because I'm telling y'all, this brother's something great. He's something great. And a lot of those names that we saw him, that we're now putting him in conversations with, because again, he's ranked number 1 by the WBO, ranked number 2 by the WBA. Or one of those belt commissions, he's ranked number 1 and number 2, respectfully in each. So he, regardless of whether we want him in those conversations or not, he is in those conversations right now of these big time names that we say he might not be ready for, which very well still may be true. But he's looking mighty good. And right now it's hard pressed for me to say that if he did fight against those other great competitors, he would not be able to hold his own. It's tough for me to say that. It's tough for me to say there's a couple people that I wouldn't be able to say he wouldn't be able to beat if I was to pick against him when that fight happened, like a Deontay Wilder, like a potentially who was the Russian brother? Who was the Russian brother? Makhmudov. Even the likes of a Kabayel, the likes of a Hergovich. All these names are not just you're just not there yet. Right now he's above them, rankings wise. And talent wise, you can at least say he's in the vicinity. You can at least admit that he's within the vicinity. That this conversation isn't ignorant. It's not an ignorant conversation. It's a warranted one because but it's the truth. Let me see. Turkey shouldn't make him fight Usyk yet. Let him get some rounds this year. If Turkey can make that fight with Usyk, he'll make that fight with Usyk. I guarantee you. In fact, I think I think that should be the third topic of this show right now. Where's that? No, is that not the third topic? Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I thought I had made that the third topic of this show. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I thought I already put that as a third thing. There we go. Now we got this up. Moses versus Moses versus Usyk soon. Will it happen? Will it happen? Will it happen? Because right now we got to say it might. It really might. It shouldn't. Not at this point in time. Not right now. But it could. It really could. Though it shouldn't happen, it could. Because Turkey has said that's the main fight that he wants more than anything else in his current docket of fight promotion. He wants Itauma versus Usyk. He wants Moses versus Usyk. That's his bread and butter. That's the biggest fight he thinks he can make at this heavyweight division. And I promise you, if he can do it, he's going to do it. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. And mind you, Usyk said he's only got one more fight left in his career. Because he said he had two before the Dubois fight. After that fight, he said he got one. Now, we're saying this, buddy. He's right there at the cusp of potentially the biggest fight of his life. And Itauma, as much as we say he shouldn't be in the ring with Usyk at this point in time, which I still agree with, that type of fight ain't something that's just, can't say it wouldn't be entertaining. You can't say we're at least somewhat intrigued in what that would be like, though he's not ready right now. But I promise you, it can happen sooner than you think. Because the money's too much there. Too much of the money's there. It's too much hype right now. He's been saying that for almost like 6 months. He's been saying he wanted that fight. Since the last time we saw Itauma out in the ring. It's entirely possible we could see that fight happen. What I would think would actually happen is that if this fight with Joseph Parker doesn't get made, and Usyk does get stripped of one of the belts, we see by next year Itauma get a shot at one of the titles potentially against Joseph Parker. And if Itauma beats Joseph Parker, then he would get Usyk. Then they would try to keep Usyk around for one more fight, and he fights against Itauma for the title. If I was to think of any way that could actually go through, and that actually become possible, that would be the way. That would be the way. If they were going to really push it like I really think they're going to try to push it before Usyk gets out of here. It's hard for me to say that wouldn't happen. It's hard for me to say that can't happen. Though he's not ready. It's hard for me to say that I can't see the road to that fight being made. Because I'm telling you, it's as real as night and day that fight can happen. It's entirely possible. Andy Williams, he top three. Teramawana, Itauma, Wardley, Caballero, Cheney. Yeah. I mean, can we call him Cheney when he went up against Big Bang Jang and got knocked down? Is that really count as Cheney? Unless he's been knocked down another time before. Like, it is Big Bang Jang. It's about to put Wilder to sleep. It's about to put Joe Joyce to sleep when Joe Joyce had a chin. I don't like, he ruined the chin and then knocked him out. I don't know if I can call Caballero Cheney off of that. But I can say if we saw Zhang knock down Caballero, definitely we can at least expect the same type of thing to happen against Moses Itauma. And he at least gets a knockdown, if not more, because he got better stamina and better feet. And defense to boot. So he can potentially be able to counter and catch the likes of Caballero. Because Caballero, I'm gonna tell you something, Caballero, if he ever fought against Itauma, cannot fight like he fought against Big Bang Jang. He can't. He can't. He can't even fight like he fought against Makhmudov. He cannot even fight like he fought against Makhmudov. If he fights against Caballero, he can't do it. If he fights like that, I will. If I was a betting man, and he fought like that, if he fought like he did against Makhmudov, or like he fought against Big Bang Jang, he will get knocked out. If he fights like that against Moses Itauma, mark my words. Mark my words. He cannot fight like that. He can't. Not like that. He can still have a high motor. He can still have a high output, but he can't fight like that. Just complete reckless to the body. He can't do that. Because if he does that, no, oh no. No, sir. He's getting put to sleep if he fights like that against Itauma. I promise you that. I guarantee you. And let me see, Champy, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're here with us on it. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the stream. If you can, keep on supporting the show. If you want to give to the show while we don't have super chats yet, Cash App and PayPal, links down below. Again, this is my career, so if you want to make this thing worthwhile and help us make this show bigger and better, all thanks to you and your support, we can make this happen. Absolutely. So please, go ahead, give to the show, support the channel. And hey, keep on joining in. Keep on chatting, because I want to hear what you got to say. Let me see, Champion Andy Ruiz would whoop Itauma. I completely disagree. Andy Ruiz will get put to sleep. Hey, Andy Ruiz getting knocked out. And this Andy Ruiz is in a world of trouble. This Andy Ruiz will be in a world of hurt. This is the same buddy who struggled against Jarrell Miller. Now, Jarrell Miller showed his own when he fought against Daniel Dubois. And he's got, after PEDs, he has garnered, at least to some degree, a level of respect from the boxing ethos. Again, he should have beaten Andy Ruiz when they fought, I think, like a little over a year ago, on the card of Madrimov versus Kent Crawford. Should have won that fight then. But now, I dare say that would be a better performance than the likes of Andy Ruiz fighting against Itauma. At this stage right now, I think Jarrell Miller will put up a better performance than Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz just has not been able to put himself back together. Whatever heights that he was at when he beat Anthony Joshua, he forfeited all of that when he went out and let himself get out of shape. And he's never been the same since. The same destructive power ain't there. He's getting caught by everybody now. Struggled against King Kong Luis Ortiz. Struggled against Chris Arreola. Should have lost to Jarrell Miller. It's just been a downward trend. If he fights against Itauma now, he definitely loses. In my opinion, he definitely loses. Let me see, Young Guns. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. Jesus Ramos ducking to 160. Jesus wants only bums. It sounds. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What's going on? What is going on with Jesus Ramos? Last time with the drama that was going on at 154, we are all over the place with what's going on with that division. I thought it was still at 154. What do you mean moving up to 160? Why? For what? Is there a title opportunity? Has he been calling somebody out? Now it's like, and now he's getting that shot. I'm not sure. If I missed that type of news, I apologize. I did not know about that at all. My goodness. I did not know he's moving up to 160. Is that true? Let me find that. Hold on. Real quick. Actually, because we're here, now that I think covered just about everything we can, I think we can go into the championship rounds, shall we? I think we can. Yeah, I think we can. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us now to go into the championship rounds. That's right. We're here. We're live. 30 minutes to an hour. Whatever y'all want to talk about or discuss, we can talk about it right here on the show with you all today. Whatever you all want to talk about in the boxing world or beyond, football, basketball, sports, all that stuff, video games, movies, television, anime, whatever you want to discuss, we can talk about it right here on this show. The floor is yours. The conversations are plenty. If I can talk about it, hey, I'll discuss it. The opinions, debates, thoughts, stuff we just haven't got to touch on. I want to hear from you fully what we got to say now that all of my stuff has been covered. But let me go through right now and keep on reading your chats. Again, the Jesus Ramos situation, I need to find out what's going on there because I haven't heard anything about that at this point in time, at least from what I get. I'm gonna figure it out though. I promise you. Give me your top 5 heavyweights ranked that we know about. Give me your top 5 heavyweight. Give me your top 5 heavyweights ranked that we know about that you didn't see become champion, or that you don't see become champion. Bacoli's on my list, plus FA and Ajagba. I think so. Who I think doesn't become a champ in this era going through right now, I believe that's the question. And if we're going by that, I mean, shoot, it's a lot of them. In fact, I can go through right now with I think they actually just put out a pound for pound. Where's it? Where's it? Yeah. Here we go. We didn't actually use it right now because they just put out a pound for pound ranking for the ring of who is indeed top 10 as a whole in the heavyweight division in pound for pound rankings. So of who I don't think wins a title, sadly, and I do say this sadly, because I hate it. I truly do. Big Bang Jang doesn't win a championship again. Anthony Joshua doesn't win a championship again. I don't think Bacoli wins a title. I think he becomes a very game competitor. I don't think he ever wins a chip. I don't think. Again, who I said would, and I don't think. You know what's crazy? I don't know if Tyson Fury wins another title. I don't know if Tyson Fury wins another title. I'm so serious. I do not know if Tyson Fury wins another championship. Because if it's not Usyk, 1, it doesn't look like he's going to fight anybody else. And 2, he can't beat Usyk at all. So that would be the only way he could get a championship. And so because it's the only fight that would actually be viable, and it's the only buddy that's been able to beat him 2 times cleanly, and he can't beat, and Fury can't beat Usyk, at least in my opinion, not at all, no matter what he does. And he's not coming back for anybody else that isn't Usyk. And Usyk, until most likely he retires, he's going to keep all the belts with how he's looking right now. I don't think Fury wins another championship. I don't think Tyson Fury wins another title. As crazy as it sounds. And as much as we see Dubois already winning a title, and we said that he is a top 5 to become a titleist in the next era, post Usyk, there's also a real window that Dubois also doesn't get a title post Usyk as well. He's got a good odds to do it. But if there was a brother that could potentially falter under the weight of what this next heavyweight division can potentially bring with the youth, and with as he gets older, his skills might decline, though he's like 27, 28 years old. That may be a minute. As much as Dubois is in the conversation for, yes, he can win a title when Usyk goes, there's also a real conversation that he might not win a title again once Usyk goes. For real. And I got him as one of the leading candidates for who I have in the next era of heavyweights of being one of the men to beat. But I also understand he could also fall into that window that he might not win a title as much as I believe he will. He might not. But let me keep on going through the thing. Oh, and yeah, FA job. I also forgot. FA ain't never winning a title in my estimation. Ramos trying to fight Mosley Jr. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. What? Excuse me? Y'all are teaching me some things. So Ramos is now moving up from 154 to 160 to fight Mosley Jr.? Why? That's unexpected. I, I, I was not expecting that. That's, dang. Shoot. Does that, for what reason? When you got one of the most dense and, you got one of the more dense populations in the division at 154, why would you want to move up when you were, again, in line to potentially become champion in a division that, while it is deep, anybody can lose? Why would you want to move up to 160? Though, yes, it might be more barren for the sense of big name talent, especially with what's his name? Janabek moving up. I don't know what. I don't get that move. Let me see. You saw the Grand Prix. No disrespect. I did get to see some. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I got to rewatch some of the fights on that Grand Prix. The buddy that y'all were telling me about. What was his name? It wasn't Tony. It was something. I think it started with a T, or maybe with like an H. I can't remember, but he was like one of the most highly touted people in the Grand Prix that y'all put me on to. I saw him in the fight, though his opponent was fighting kind of sloppy, very reckless, very much a little bit dirty. But hey, that brother showed me something. Okay, I see what y'all talking about with his legitimate skill, and he got some goods to him. He does have some real goods to him. I can't. The name eludes me, but the fighting style, he had a phenomenal 1-2, and though he didn't have a whole bunch of knockouts, this man was indeed, when he did sit down on his punches, but that right hand was coming through clean. And he got some good movement. I mean, some really good movement. And that jab of his, I think as he develops, it's going to become an even better lethal weapon. So he's got some real stuff to him. But the heavyweights are whack. In heavyweight, you see talent early unless his gloves. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Doggone it, I read that wrong. I read that completely wrong. You saw Grand Prix. I did. No disrespect, but the heavyweights are whack. In heavyweight, you see talent early unless the gloves are different. Yeah, it wasn't really that all impressive. It was more so the smaller weight classes was driving the 4A. Like I said, at this point in time, heavyweight ain't all that great from a prospect standpoint. But as of right now, at the top, at least, we're seeing some names come up at minimum, though it may not be from the bottom up. The people that are now establishing themselves, they're turning into something special. Let me see. Sack, when Welch becomes superfan, forget about it. Nobody could beat his boy, i.e. Crawford Boots. No, wait a minute. No, hold on, wait. Hold on, pump the brakes. When I can see talent and say that they're great and still say that they're beatable. I said that if anybody was going to beat Boots at 154, it would be Virgil Ortiz for the time being. Depending on how he looks against Lima, this perception can change in a heartbeat, and there can indeed be a plethora of people, more likely than I believed, that then I can say, yeah, they could beat Boots as well, outside of the most concrete one being Virgil Ortiz. Crawford has swept 154. I picked him to lose against Boots. Or excuse me, not Boots. I picked him to lose against Canelo right now. I'm still have him losing to Canelo by decision in this fight that's coming up next month. I know and at 154, he's going to try to go undisputed at 154. It is going to be a tough time at 154 still, because like I've said, it's been the deepest division in boxing. I said that he's one of the best I've seen. He deserves to be of that 4 kings or that 5th king era when it comes to talent, but he can still be beaten. He can still be stopped. It is still entirely possible that the brother can be put in trouble. I am not saying that. I am fully capitulating that concretely. Absolutely. Don't get it twisted. I can say and talk about the elite talent that somebody has and still understand there's a risk of them losing. A major risk. But that doesn't mean that I go through and I'm blind to the manner in which they have been performing of recent. We got to give props to do. I'm not going to ignore the talent that I'm seeing. I'm going to show it love like it deserves. But I also know it can be a hard time. But right now the pendulum is swinging on the side of, hey, he can be something serious. And I will say, if you think I am being too unbiased when it comes to these fighters, I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can. But if it sounds like I'm overhyping some of these people, perfectly fine. I ain't been wrong yet with how I talk about these people. I haven't. At least of the people that people say that I'm a super fan of. And I do love watching them fight, absolutely. Yeah, sure. You want to call me super fan, no problem. Yeah, I love watching them fight. I still keep it realistic. But I ain't been wrong up until this point. I think currently now. As to why I say what I say about these people. Not because I'm trying to brag or say I'm all that in a bag of chips. I'm not. But because I truly believe I know different talent when I see it. From the standpoint of being able to recognize, hey, this is not common. And there's a reason why this brother is viewed as way that he's viewed. Because, yeah, can't many people beat him. I said the same thing about Usyk when he first stepped in the division. And everybody was saying it was too small. Then he beat Anthony Joshua. And it was like, oh, dude, is he still too small now? Well, he can't beat Fury. And I said he's going to beat Fury. He's a better fighter than everybody in his heavyweight division. And he's the only fighter in the heavyweight division right now that fights like a fighter from the 90s, 80s, or 70s. The only one that's got footwork, angles, head movement, quality defense, can fight at a high pace and can fight for 12 rounds. And got a chin to boot. He's the only one. Nobody else has the mindset or the ability of what Usyk can do. And he showed it. You said he couldn't punch. He knocked down Fury. And he took the fight to him for 24 straight rounds. Boxed him and brawled with him and beat him in both instances. Because both fights were a little bit different. Beat him better second time than he did the first time. But now it's grown into a full-blown heavyweight. Just put Dubois to sleep. Put him to sleep. And not because, he quit. The second time he knocked him out, but this time it was with a full-blown hook from the gods. What he calls the Ivan punch. Because it destroyed him. And he beat him easier the second time out. So I'm like, I'm not just saying this stuff because I'm just saying it. This stuff is the truth in terms of what these people are showing. And so they deserve the claim. Absolutely. Let me see. Eliminator with okay, so it's a title eliminator with Mosley Jr. Okay, all right. Understandable. Welch got the same fighter as mine, but Parker on my team. Okay, I can respect that. Anime. You saw Solo Leveling and the Super Cube. New anime to release, so can't wait for Demon Slayer, JJK, and Paradise. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't gotten time to watch JJK. Jujutsu Kaisen. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, don't clap for that. No, that's horrible. It's because One Piece has been taking up a lot of my time. One Piece is taking up a lot of my time right now. So I had to put Solo Leveling. I had to put Demon Slayer. I had to put a couple of good enemies to the side right now. Because I'm not missing out. Because if Oda's saying this is the last run before the One Piece actually gets revealed, and we starting to be in the home stretch now, yeah, I got to catch up. So I'm putting everything on hold for the time being to go through with One Piece. I'm on Dressrosa. So hey, I'm on Dressrosa. I've been burning the midnight oil with the time that I have available. So please don't kill me, but I do love it and I'm excited for it. I definitely am. And I can't wait for these new seasons to come out as well. And they're going to come out in bulk. And I'm going to watch them in bulk, at least for me. Because I'm going to be, once One Piece gets done, then, or at least once I get to like the later episodes, closer to the thousands. Now, okay, I can take a breather and I can start going through with the rest of the things. Absolutely. Going through, would you like to see Joyce versus Dubois? Ooh. I didn't even think about that fight. I didn't even think about that fight. Dubois versus Joe Joyce. I would want to see it, but it wouldn't be necessary. But I would want to see it because right now, where Joe Joyce would need that win with where he's at right now, because everybody's there, he's completely been forgotten about, understandably so. But for Dubois, it would be a great bounce back win from this knockout with Usyk. And if he did indeed beat Joe Joyce, quelling the ghost of Christmas past, per se, and being able to quiet that, oh, you quit against this brother. Now you go and you knock them out. Okay, yeah, you truly are better than what you were about that time. So it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad to see. Though again, Dubois is at a completely different threshold than Joe Joyce. No question about it. Like completely different threshold. Like it's not even close. From the standpoint, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure I'm a little bit closer to the center of this thing. Is this camera level? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on. Are we level? Are we good? Okay, I think we're. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that it's. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. I almost looked like I was sideways for a second. But again, no. But I would want to see that fight just for the vindication for Daniel Dubois. At this point in time, they're in leagues, different company with each other. So is that fight necessary? No. Because we almost all know who would win. It would be Daniel Dubois. Assuredly, it would be Daniel Dubois. Almost assuredly, it would be Daniel Dubois. No question about it. At least in my estimation. But still, for the sake of closing the book per se, on that aspect of his career, yes, make that fight happen. That's what I would do if I was there. But let me see. Troy Nash. Thank you, Hart. Thank you, Evan Sent. Troy Nash was the name I was looking for. Thinking of the Grand Prix. He had a draw on his record. He was he had a draw on his record. He was tired. Oh yeah, that fight was a 10. Okay, that might have been why. But still, I mean, he still looked good in that fight. Let me see. Greenland, or rather Green Hill, Val Green Hill, what's going on with you, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning into the show. Keith Thurman versus Fundora. Who do you have? Has that fight been made? Has that fight been made? Right now, I got Fundora. Absolutely. Oh, no question about that. I got Fundora. At this point in time, I got Fundora winning because I don't know what Thurman looks like since his fight with Rock Jarvis, which has been the only fight he's had back. And I think that was upwards of almost a year and a half ago. And he ain't been back in the ring since. That's problematic. Without that activity and still him getting his feet together. Yeah, right now, I definitely have Fundora at this point in time. Let me see, champion, I'm thinking because he can't make weight. It might be because Jesus Ramos can't make weight. But even still, but again, only he knows. Because all the work he put in, he sees Boots and Thurman do nothing and jump him. Well, that could be a thing. All of a sudden he feels like, hey, I've been doing this, that, and the third, and I'm not getting the respect and recognition. And these folks who just got here, or haven't been doing as much as me, have been jumping the gun. Now I believe he did get a title shot against No, that was at 147. My bad. Never mind. That was at 147, not at 154. My apologies. Excuse me. Wrong. Completely throw that out there. Might be what? Might feel disrespected. Maybe feel he gets an easier shot at the title at 160. Hypothetically. I would want him to stay at 154 because there's some fights I want to see him in. But still, hold on a situation. Avenging a loss always looks good. Yes, it does. How is it not even close if he already beat him? No, from the standpoint of because of how much Joe Joyce has regressed as a fighter and how much Daniel Dubois has become leagues better as a fighter, we almost are assured that if Daniel Dubois did fight against this version of Joyce, yes, he would beat him and knock him out. Now, I also am not saying that it's a given, because sure, anything can happen. You still got to do the work and you still got to make the win. But it's like with, Gennady Golovkin and Canelo in their third fight, where Canelo was at that point in his career, and where Gennady was at that point in his career, looking like as a fighter. We were all saying, yeah, this fight doesn't need to happen. And we were all saying that Gennady Golovkin is nowhere close to the same butt anymore, with all due respect. And on fight night, yeah, it went exactly how we thought. Canelo won outright, and it wasn't close. Though the 4 rounds were oddly competitive more competitive than what they should have been against a Gennady Golovkin coming up to 168 to fight him for a third time after having some downtrend in his career from an individual talent. Just because Father Time was catching up to him, it's not bad. It's just like it's that similar sentiment. We don't need that fight per se, because we from where they are at their careers right now, we almost are assured of we know what's going to happen. But sure, if it does happen, okay, we'll watch it. And we need to see if Dubois can still do what we think he can do. But in terms of us thinking it's going to be competitive, nah, not really. We don't really think it's going to be a competitive fight. We don't really believe, at least in my opinion. Maybe for you, maybe for other people. But at least for me right now, I don't think that fight will be competitive with Joyce and Dubois. And Joyce will be able to, and Dubois will be able to, just like he did against Joshua, he will be able to do against Joyce. And Joyce is a worse defensive fighter than Joshua. And it's slower. Like, Dubois can at least get around that slow jab at this point in time. May not be able to get away from Usyk's jab. May not be able to get away from Hrgovic's jab. But he can show them get away from Usyk's jab, from Joyce's jab. He can handle that at this stage right now, which was the thing that put him out. He can handle that now at this stage. And he definitely got the power to knock out Joe Joyce now, because Joe Joyce's chin is completely gone. It's a far cry from what it used to be. And Dubois just goes through guns blazing, like he can do, and he can do it for 12. Or he can go hard for at least 8. Unlike Joe Joyce, you can't go past 6 without getting winded. Yeah, I completely believe he can beat him. I completely believe he'll knock him out. I completely believe it won't be close. If they fought against each other, I completely believe it would not be close if they fought against each other. And so that's why I'm saying I don't think it would need to happen. But if it does happen, great. But we probably know what would happen if that fight did go through and he would get knocked out. I mean, like I'll ask you, who do you think will win that fight? Current day Joseph Parker or current day Daniel Dubois? Now, if you think Joseph Parker can win against Dubois, then you should be saying Joseph Parker, not Joseph Parker, I'm sorry. Not Joseph Parker. Joe Joyce. I'll ask you, do you think Joe Joyce could beat Daniel Dubois? If so, great. If you think that, then you should also think that he can beat the likes of Itauma or Caballero or Hrgovic or Big Bang James, though he lost to him 2 times. If he does that, he can beat everybody else in the division. But it's not. At least to me. Because he's a complete He is nowhere close to the same brother. He's nowhere close to the same fighter. While Dubois has gotten leagues better than what he was from that fight. That's why I say, yeah, he could. It wouldn't be close. Dubois would knock him out. At least in my estimation. Let me see, Ramon Vasquez, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad you're here with us on today. Let me also make sure, let me quickly scroll up to make sure I didn't miss anybody else in the chat unless they have come through. Hopefully y'all have had a great time. If you're liking what you're hearing, please leave a like on the stream and keep on commenting, keep on chatting with us. We love talking with you. We love supporting you with you. We just had people giving to the show, like with Jay Will, like with Yo Trey. If you want to try to beat him to it, if you want to try to have what's it called in the club? Bottle off, table off. Whatever the word is called, when you popping bottles trying to outdo somebody. Hey, we can make that happen right now. If you want to do it, Cash App and PayPal, links down below. We appreciate it, but it helps support the channel. If you want to help as well, it would mean the world to me. Or if you just want to subscribe and join the empire, come be about this community, and come join what we got going on, hey, feel free to. Come on in. You're going to love it. You're going to appreciate it. And right now, we're in the championship rounds of this current show where you all have the conversation and the world is your oyster to talk about whatever you want to discuss right here, right now. Also, Love King, if I didn't say what's up to you, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us on today, right here, right now. But let me see, Roman Vasquez, I just joined the talk. Have we talked about the injury, that Dillian had injury? I still think Moses had to win. But I still think Moses had to win. But you think that easily? Dillian Whyte had an injury before that fight? Hold on, wait a minute.
Hey,
we got some problems. Wait a second now. Hold on. Let me check this out myself. Let me check this out myself. Where's it at? Was he injured before the fight? I'm looking up. I see the knockout, and we can search this together as we're going through. And again, for those of you, again, if you want to talk about actually, while I'm looking that up real quick, let me, because I don't know, I ain't know about an injury. I hadn't seen any news about an injury. I'm gonna look that up right now. In fact, I'll be transparent, but real quick. Just because it was on my mind. Do you think this punch was on the back of the head for this fight?
And very early, can he survive this? Big punches, legs are gone.
This is the knockout of versus Whyte. Was that on the back of the head? Wait. Because he's hurt. Point him on the body. He's stunned, hook to the head, hook to the body, great combination work, right to water, hook to the head. I'm confused as to where this back of the head punch is being talked about. And again, this is the off note, because I'm still looking up whatever Whyte injury, whatever injury Whyte had, because this is news to me. But I'm trying to figure out. He brought it down. He smacked the back of the head, but that wasn't necessarily a punch. And then that's about as flush as you can get on it. Unless his head is shaped like a bean, and his face is doggone to the ropes, which it ain't. But that's a flush shot to the side of the head. I don't know where this back of the head talk is coming from. At least from this angle. I mean, this is the shot that knocked him out right here. I'm confused at where the back of the head came from. That is like because the back of the head's up here. This is the ear. Like, that's the ear. He punched literally right on the side of his face, literally on the ear. I don't know where the back of the head punch came from. And then he's done. I'm confused on that regard. 'Cause I know we had some people saying that about that punch more specifically. What's also, wait, Ninja, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. So glad you're with us on today. I'm looking like I'm really looking. I am really. I'll pull it up again. I will pull it up again. Okay, hold on. What's it? We'll start from the beginning. Double jab. Hook to the back. Jab. Hook to the temple. Rocks into the ropes. 3-punch combination to the body. All right, and this is where the ending sequence comes. Let me look it up. Hold on. Now, hold on. You see, this is his ear. We have seen people caught on the ear before, and we have not caught in the back of the head shot. So if this, from here to here, is his face, behind here is the back of the head. It's for reference of where the shot is landing. From the nose to the doggone ear. It's what is normally considered the side of the face. Fake the jab as he loves to fake. Good hook through the guard. Brings down the guard. Hook. I don't see. I'm so confused. Well, how is that the best? If I just gave you the diagram of where the side of the head is, the top of the head, side of the head, nose to ear, even the top of the head, nose to ear, and the shot and the hold on. Right there. There's no way. That's behind it. There's no way. There's no way that's behind it. You see his ear folding. Not because of the residual impact, but because of the immediate impact. There's no way that, there's no way that's behind the head. And we've seen behind the head shots before. We've seen shots behind the ear even. That was literally dead on the ear. That was literally dead on his ear. I don't think that's behind the head. I truly don't believe that's behind the head. I'm not trying to just be contrary. I'm really trying to delve into it. I don't see it. I just don't see it. At least not for me. I don't see it. But while we're going through, let me look up this injury real quick, since hopefully I can spell right. I know that anyway. Okay, hold on. Okay, anyway, let me see. Whyte hints injury played a role in Dillion's loss to Itauma. Team Itauma was the opening. Whispers about injury that probably impacted. Team Itauma was opening. Whispers about injury that probably impacted it. Ex-champ Sonny Edwards noted Whyte's leg was at power or compromised body. So what was the injury? Whyte. Okay, and apparently this is from Sonny Edwards' social media. Got a call saying that Whyte leg is messed up and it's going early. This ring walk ain't convincing me otherwise. I'm confused. This is a lot. This is some. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. This was August 16th. August 16th, same day. I'm confused. I'm trying to figure it out. What was this? What was the specifics? And if that did impact it, okay. I'm not gonna, again, I don't know everything. So because of that, I'm not gonna sit here and say that that's a lie. I'm gonna be clear. I'm gonna be completely transparent. I'm not gonna sit here and say that's a lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Whyte wasn't injured. I didn't see an injury in ring walk. This wasn't known to me at all in building up to this fight. This is just now coming out, at least for me, right now. And apparently that came out the same day after the fight. So I'm a little bit confused. I didn't know about the injury. Was there an injury that happened before that I was just unaware of? If so, okay. And that did impact the fight. No issue. It still doesn't take away that this was an impressive performance. But if that did happen, that did happen. If it happened, it happened. I ain't got no issue with that. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Time out. What about it? Wait a minute. We losing respect. I'm confused. What did I say that? Hold on. What did I say that was wrong? At least, if we're on the punch, what did I say that was wrong?
Hey,
Wait a minute now. Hold on.
We got some problems here.
I'm confused. Was it okay? Well, actually, before I say that, let me ask this: if we're still on the back of the head, if we're still on whether the punch from Itauma was the back of the head or not, where is the line of demarcation for the side of the head versus the back of the head? Does the ear count as the back of the head, or does the ear count as the side of the head when it lands? Let me ask that, because maybe that's because my definition is of where I thought safe zones and non-safe zones are in the boxing world. During the Grand Prix, we who was the butter? Who was the butter that just got butter? But what was it? With Troy Nash, he was getting hit in the back of the head, legitimately by his opponent in the clinch, and that was behind the ear. And that was behind the ear, on the rounded end of the back of his skull. That's what I thought was constituted as behind the head. We had seen hooks from people when somebody had completely turned around or ducked too far, where they had landed square behind the head. But on the ear or anything in front of the ear, it was deemed as okay. That was a good hook, or right on the equilibrium, which was a okay shot. A very pinpoint shot, but a good shot nonetheless. Am I wrong in that dissemination of where behind the head versus side of the head is? Let me ask that for you all. Because I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying just to make stuff up, to make it seem like, oh, I'm just trying to cope for a fighter or not. Again, we try to keep it unbiased, and what I see is what I see. But if I'm wrong, I'm all for learning. So help me to learn. It helped me to grow. And so we can see. And again, injury thing, I didn't know about the injury. Since the injuries happened, okay, that further provides better context to this fight. Still impressive that he got him out in one, but context-wise, Dillian Whyte wasn't fully Dillian Whyte, on top of also being older. This is still not indicative of him being able to beat Usyk. Be clear. Be clear about it. Be clear about that. I'm not saying that at all. Not saying that at all. This fight is indicative of him being able to beat Usyk. And now we understand, okay, Whyte was potentially hindered in this fight with that leg and maybe more affecting his entire body. Who knows what else was potentially wrong? Once we find out more, we'll find out more. Absolutely. At this point in time, I can only give you what I know and what I'm seeing right now. So, great. Put a pin in that. That is not an asterisk, but it is a contextual point to that fight. But in terms of the shot, I'm confused. And I want to know what exactly is back of the head versus side of the head in your viewpoint. And so, because I thought it was from the ear to your cheek is side of the head. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And let me see. So let me see. I don't want y'all to lose respect because because y'all think I'm trying to make up, so trying to do some bad. I ain't. Please, please. Oh, wait, hold on. He's looking at the final punch, not the previous one. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. Apparently I'm looking at the wrong shot. No problem. Give me a second. Let's go back. Let's go back.
And very early. Can
Let's
he
go
survive this?
back. Let's figure this out. So I'm looking at the wrong punch as to what exactly is the shot that was on the back of the head. Let me look at it. Genuinely, I thought the punch y'all were talking about was the hook. The punch that ended. I know you talking about the punch before. Let me look. Let's go back. Pull it back up. Ending sequence.
Big punches, railing and gone.
We're going to slow it down. .5. All right. Yeah. Fake. Hook to the head. Hook. Slap it down. Oh, okay. This is the so is this the shot y'all are talking about? Is this the shot? Let me make sure. Let me pull up the chat. Is that the shot y'all are talking about? So I can make okay. All right. Okay. See, I told y'all I'm not trying to cap. I'm trying. Okay. All right. We figured it out. Okay. All right. I have no problem with you all saying that punch was behind the head. I have no issue with that. That punch, though it kind of glanced off the glove, did land in the back of the head. No issue there. I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with saying it. Absolutely. Now, with that being the case, this shot, like I had said when I thought we were defending the hook, this shot also came when Dillian Whyte was again in the process of ducking down. As he was ducking down, Itauma most likely, so I'm like, and again, like I brought it with Joe Frazier, this same thing happened to him as well, because part of his defensive style is bobbing up and down to get away from stuff. So yes, this didn't land. In part, it's because of where Dillian Whyte was trying to evade to, that this shot landed there. But it did land in the back of the head. I had no issue with saying that. I ain't got no problem with it. I have no problem with saying it. I had no issue with saying it. And hammer shot may have messed up an equilibrium. Maybe so. I have no issue with saying that. Now that I see the punch that you're actually talking about. Not the punch that ended it, but the punch before. Okay. No problem. Now, again, it was unintentional. That ain't me trying to just make excuses either. With the way that he was flowing, I'll tell you, that was most likely unpredictable, or rather unintentional. Because we also know he doesn't fight. He doesn't attempt to try to hammer fist somebody down. That ain't his MO. Normal. So we're not going to all of a sudden hold this as, oh yeah, he's trying to be a dirty fighter. Let's not do that now. Hold on. I've seen Deontay Wilder hammer fist people in the back of the head. Everybody loved that. I'm not condoning it again. But again, it was because he was doing it in a wild fashion. But it wasn't intentional. He was just trying to hit you with an illegal shot. See, y'all got to be trolling me. Y'all have to be trolling me. There's no way y'all think that that's intentional. There's no. I hope y'all don't. I don't think it. I don't think it was. Everything with the flow of the fight, and I went back and I was looking at the last 4 fights of him. I wasn't seeing it. This is something that is happening. I've seen that happen with Canelo. I've seen that happen with Terrence Crawford. When he's trying to punch somebody, that a shot landed that looked like a hammer fist on the back of the head when it was an angled down hook. But it landed on the back of the head nonetheless. Again, it's illegal. Absolutely. But it's not, I'm telling you, it was not intentional. I promise you it wasn't intentional. If it happens again, we got ourselves a potential dangerous situation. If it's like Andrew Galala when he went downstairs 5-6 times, okay, yeah, we got ourselves a potential problem. Absolutely. And then did it again the second time against Riddick Bowe, yeah, we got ourselves a problem. But I truly, I promise you, I do not believe that that was an intentional shot. I'll capitulate that, yes, that shot did land behind the head. And it could have indeed impacted Whyte's ability to be able to go through. Though Whyte was already hurt before this shot landed. Be clear. If this is indeed the shot that we're talking about, be clear. Whyte was hurt before this shot ever hit. He was hurt when he was walking, when he was stumbling back to this end, if you can see my mouse, to this end of the ring before regaining his balance back over to where he's at currently in this still image. He was hurt before this. So he was already in trouble. I'm not saying this did not help, but I'm also not saying that he was trying to aim for that shot. Because the shot he was looking for was that. That's the shot he was looking for. And so, yeah, but I'll capitulate. Hammer fist that went down. I ain't got no issue with that. I ain't got no issue with that. It's just I truly don't believe it was an intentional shot. I truly don't believe it was intentional. But again, regardless of which, we've gotten some new context to the table. We've got some new context to the table. Whyte might have been injured before going in. Great. I'm still trying to figure out what that injury is. I'm currently looking that up as to the specifics of the injury, whether it was a leg injury or what type of leg injury it was. And I do want to make sure that I get the specifics as quickly as I can so that we can have potential better context as to why exactly he might have looked the way that he looked. But until I can find that, we'll have to wait and see what the injury specifics are up until this point in time. And hopefully, before we get off this show, it does indeed get divulged. Unless somebody's got some info from a source and I can look at it and view it. Only words we got right now is Sonny Edwards at this point in time. And I think, actually, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, is this real? Is this real or is this not? Apparently, there's some news. Okay, hold on. Before we continue, apparently there's some stuff with Whyte's brother on if Dillian Whyte is going to retire or not after this performance. Let me see real quick.
Moses came in and whatever you was doing, there was errors, whatever you was doing, because he said it after. You made the same mistake a few times and he pounced on that. So clearly, he saw the opening and went for it, seized it immediately. And obviously the whispers, like you're saying, people were whispering about it.
Okay, yeah, just had to listen to the clip real quick to make sure it was indeed the right one. Let me yeah, Dean Whyte. That's who it was. Here you go. I'll play the clip for it right now. Dean Whyte on his brother on not just the fight, but also potential retirement talks of Dillian. Is this indeed the last ride?
Came in and whatever you was doing, there was errors, whatever you was doing, because he said it after. You made the same mistake a few times and he pounced on that. So clearly, he saw the opening and went for it, seized it immediately. And obviously the whispers, like you're saying, people were whispering about injuries. So that was probably another impacting factor where they thought, you know what, we're going to test the waters early to see if we can get him out of there because of those rumours. And, that came to fruition.
As his friend, would you like to see him continue?
Family, blood, brother. I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
What makes you say yes, continue? What makes you say no, don't continue?
Because I have to look out for my bro. I got to kind of look out for him and his safety. He's got kids. We've got family. We've got, he's got a health. He's getting on. So, we wouldn't want to continue to. He didn't take the greatest of punishment, but look, at 37, 38, sometimes it's. Some guys are hanging out the boots earlier. Some guys are hanging up around now. Derek is, still battling in. He's tough as old boots. But, I mean, look, I don't know. He's got to go a way and figure that out. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to answer. I just don't want to see any more of these kind of grueling battles where it ends in this fashion, I guess.
Yeah. So I mean that. So like, dang. So injury can potentially be a problem. Understandable. Also, him getting up in age now from the brother himself is like saying, shoot, maybe it's time to pack it up. Because he's right. At this age, it don't take but one to potentially change it forever. And we've already said, we've already gone through, and you've already listened to the danger of what this boxing world has to offer from the standpoint of this is unforgiving. One punch can literally, your life is on the line every time you step in the ring. We've talked about this before, no question. And so because of where he's at in his career and how he has regressed to this point, would it be good for him to continue? And should he retire after this? Because we don't see him getting back to the contending status. He's already made a boatload of money. He still got some money from the likes of Tyson Fury when Tyson Fury fought against him and knocked him out. This would be his fourth or third time. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, because I think every loss he's been in has been by knockout, if I have my stats correct. So, like, all of that. Now with this, you don't want to be put in a potential dangerous situation, but you also don't want to rob a man of what he loves to do. But sometimes it might be like, hey man, you gotta ring it in. And so I don't know. I don't know. And let me see. Lamir Scott is his name. It's not for publicity. They're not related whatsoever. You serious? Well, if that is the case, some of the stuff he said still holds true. Do we want to see Dillian Whyte in the ring again after this performance because of the potential of he's a gatekeeper? He's going to be a gatekeeper and or a stay busy fight for some dangerous guy. And it's going to be most likely he loses against even the most medium of talent right now with the division. And we don't want to put him in through that level of danger. And he's earned an amount of time to rest. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know. What the word is this about him? Wait, so is this real? That his name is actually not Dillian Whyte or Dean Whyte? It's Lamar Scott? Is that the case? Like I said, and see, if that is the case, but every time I get on this stream, I'm learning something new. And I'm trying to learn quick about this boxing game. Lord knows, every time I walk in here, it's something new going on. What the world? My goodness. Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous. It's insane. I love it, but it's just insane. Lamar Scott, he knew Dillian from age 9. He's an act. What the world? I'm gonna look that. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I'm gonna look it up. We can take if he's an actor, he's doing a good job of it. If he ain't, being a good brother. Whatever the case may be, some of those words bode true, regardless of where he is and what his actual relationship with Dillian Whyte is. Some of those words we can't deny might bode true. That it might be time for Dillian Whyte to wrap it up. And it might be time for him to walk on into the sunset. Because it ain't gonna get no easier. And there's gonna be, and again, I don't want to see him potentially get put in a bad way. Especially now if we can find out more about this injury, depending on how severe it was, could be a potential recurring situation. Could be a potential thing that long-term affects his ability to fight as what he wants to be. And even in recovery, he can't get back to that anymore. And then it's all down here. It could be problematic. It could definitely be problematic. Okay, so he's childhood friends with. Okay, so he's childhood friends with Whyte, though he's not actually named Whyte or related in any way to Whyte. That's one of the strangest things I've ever heard. That that's one of the. I love the friendship. Absolutely. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. I can't lie. It's why fake a name? If this is true, why the world fake a name? What's the purpose? What's the point? Like, what's the reason? What? I know what. Does Dillian Whyte know this? This is ridiculous. This is insane. This is taking a mighty big turn from false identities and everything. I mean, great day. What the world did I'm about to look up this brother. I'm about to look up this right. Rich Whyte. Yeah. We're about to look this up right now. We're about to fix this right now. I'm about to get down to the bottom of this on show live. Dillian Whyte's best friend and promoter. Okay, so yes, not brother. Best friend and promoter. Allegedly was called Dean Usyk, but changed his name to Lamar Scott or Lemar Scott upon leaving prison, presumably to try and move on from his past. The reason Dean Whyte was imprisoned was for a gang fight at a court the reason Dean Whyte, formerly Dean Urquhart, changed to Lemar Scott, went to prison was for an alleged gang fight at a Crydon McDonald's between him and a rival gang. What the world?
Hey, look at that.
My gosh. I would have, you couldn't have paid me to know that. You couldn't have given me 1,000,000 days. I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed. That's. You know what? No, I'm not going to laugh. I'm happy you turned his life around. I'm happy that he made himself better. I'm happy that he's turned himself into a brotherhood type of friendship with Dillian Whyte. I have no issue there. Seemingly they love each other and it's great. No problem there. It's just the craziest story I was thinking I didn't even think was possible. And this still overshadowed that. That's one of the, I would have never guessed. Would have never in 1,000,000 years. I tell you, man, boxing's a crazy place, brother. I tell you, it's a crazy place. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get. But again, I think we can go off and end the show now. Now that we covered the injury. Still don't know the intricate parts of what the injury was, but even still, it happened. Might have confined Dillian Whyte, helped to make this fight the way that it was. Maybe it had an effect on it. Either way, Whyte got knocked out. Questions about his career are looming of what he does going forward. We now got a new situation with he might retire, might not, depending on how his friends and family, both unrelated and related, may actually go and talk with him over the coming months. He's got money. I wouldn't be mad if he retired because, again, you've done everything. It's only at this point in time, it doesn't look like it's going to get any better from you being able to be where you want to be. Crazy enough, even Derek Chisora was warning him about taking this fight. And Dylan Whyte was like, hey, buddy, you don't know what you're talking about. Apparently he did. Now, Chisora was able to turn his career around and keep on ticking. And potentially he's looking to get his 50th win and is beating people like Joe Joyce in lieu of losing in the past. Can this happen with Dillian Whyte at this advanced age? I don't know. I don't know. How severe is this injury and will it affect him long term? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But regardless of which, it's still it's a stunning turn of events nonetheless. And it is something to behold. And all we can know about Alco and do is sit back and wait up until we see stuff going through. But again, I think we got it now. I think we're good. I think we covered just about everything we can. We've pinpointed the punch that did in fact land on the back of the head. Though, again, I still stand by it did not look like it was intentional. I will capitulate, yes, the left hook did land on the back of Whyte's head, but it was still unintentional, in my opinion, from what I was seeing. The knockout still came through, even with the context of what we now know with Dillian Whyte being injured and all that stuff. Itauma is still highly prospected in the world of the heavyweight division, and we are waiting to see what he's going to do next. And mark my words, with what this fight was, there is going to be a real conversation that this man is going to be pushed, whether we want it to happen or not. It's going to be pushed into having an opportunity of him against Usyk sooner rather than later. I promise you. Especially if these talks with Joseph Parker fail. Especially if these talks with Joseph Parker fail. If they can't come to a deal, and it turns into Usyk doesn't have an opponent for whatever reason. Mark my words. This fight with Itauma. This fight with Itauma. It's a fight that can happen against Usyk. I'm not saying he's ready for Usyk. I'm not saying he can beat Usyk. I am saying he is a contender. I am saying the names like Hergovich, Caballel, and others are now directly in his vicinity, with him being ranked number 1 and number 2 by the WBA and I believe the WBO. One of the WB belts, 2 of them actually, having ranked 1 and or 2 respectively. He is in position to speed up the process of taking over this heavyweight division. It's still going to be a tough task, but it is no longer out of the question that what he is as a fighter is not something that is indeed special. It's something to be actually looked at. And so, hey, for all intents and purposes, at best we can say, brother, everything's looking up, and this division's about to get crazy. This division's about to get wicked. This division's about to get sticky real quick with Itauma in the mix. Oh, it's about to get dangerous real quick. What? Itauma, one name, has gone through and suddenly shifted the whole trajectory of the hierarchy of at least the top 10 in the heavyweight division. All of a sudden, it's gone from, then a whole bunch of people, to all of a sudden, or in terms of that can beat Usyk, to all of a sudden, but they're shakers and movers. Everybody, 1 through 10, everybody wants to see a talent. 1 through 10, everybody wants to see what this buddy can do against all 10 if possible. And that has now drum up conversation for others in the division to fight each other, like Caballero versus Ward. Would be a fight wouldn't be mad at seeing in the slightest. F.A. Ajagba go on and get your rematch with Bakoli. And then, winner of that, now you get in the mix with the likes of these others in the division, like with the Justice Huni. Justice Huni versus the Itauma. That would be a great fight. Huni versus Caballero. That would be a phenomenal fight. Bakoli versus Caballero. Hey. Bakoli versus the Itauma. Even old names like Wilder. Back in the mix. We would love to see a passing of the torch moment. Wilder, the old knockout savant versus looking like the new most destructive brother in the division, comes through. Itauma gets past Wilder. Oh, that's impressive. Wilder get past the Itauma. Hey, Wilder still got something left in the tank, as much as we may not think. And yeah, Ninja, Moses versus Wilder. I guarantee you, we were saying that before you came in here, that fight in the States would be incredible. Oh, that fight would be, in fact, I would love for that fight to happen in the States, because then it would be a great situation to help bolster the worldwide acclaim of a Moses Itauma. Beat the brother in his own homeland and one of the biggest meccas in the sport, which is the United States. Us, the UK, are the number one and number two, depending on who you have. Right now, UK being number one. But in terms of like hype and Wembley Stadium boxing all the time, all that stuff, yeah. They do it over. They consistently do it over there. But as everybody keeps on saying, you can't make your name until you make it over here in the States. If that's the case, though, you can still make your name without America. America's still one of the biggest conglomerates to bolster and solidify that success. That's true as well. You fight Wilder and you knock him out here in America. Oh, that would be great. Now that would be truly spectacular. I promise you. I guarantee you. And it would be great. And it's like, where's that? I think we just saw, hold on. My chat's loading. It's loading slow. Hold on, it's loading slow. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. It's going to ride. It's going to ride for a second. I told you, I've been struggling with this whole show. I'm not trying to not read. I'm trying to get everything right. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let me see. Sack. Everybody already forgot about Jared Anderson. Yeah, they did. They did. And for good reason. For good reason. This cat, we don't know what he's going to do. And what he has done has not been great. If we want to talk about Itauma being unproven, but a show enough Jared Anderson definitely ain't proven. This buddy's going back to being a journeyman. He is still trying he's trying to regain traction on his career. This brother is even trying just to get back to a level of stardom, because nobody wants to see him anymore, because he did it to himself, and in part because he wasn't committed fully to the sport. We don't know where he's going to fall. We don't know when or if he wants to fight again. I think he just put out something over social media talking about impact. Hold on. Actually, I think I can pull it up right now. Where's it at? Where's that? If I can find the tweet, he had just put one out about. Where's that? Essentially, it was saying, and paraphrasing while I'm looking it up. Paraphrasing while I'm looking it up, he was essentially saying that, hey, top five. Who's done more than me? What youngin's done more than me in the last 5 years? That's what it was. Here we go. Yeah. Here's the quote. Here's the quote. I can pull it up right now, actually. He says, as I'm zooming in, Jared Anderson via IG. Name a youngin with a better run in the last 5 years. Just taking a second to appreciate this mess. Yes, you know, we ain't trying to get demonetized over here. But not done, hashtag not done yet. Now, name a youngin who's had a better run in the last 5 years. Everybody who's younger than you. Everybody. I mean everybody. You have done nothing in the last 5 years to garner any semblance of success. Shoot, Richard Torres has been more active, and we can say has done more than you. And we know that brother is nowhere close to competing at a competitive heavyweight championship establishment. Moses Itauma has made more progress than you. In a way, younger than you, done more than you. It's ridiculous. Everybody, a Caballero, done more. All of them, you ain't done nothing. Because you ain't driven to do anything. We forgot about you because it's not because of the losses. It's because of lack of activity. You ain't moving in the ring like you want to be in the ring. It's another long layup and you talking like this. You ain't getting knocked out. You didn't get stopped, at least in your last fight. You got knocked out by Bacoli, absolutely. But you ain't get beaten. You ain't get stopped in your last fight. You won your last fight, yet still was struggling to put you on a card. Why? Yet still was struggling to see what you're gonna do. Why? Because you ain't doing anything. And you'll put out stuff like this, but then you'll go out and reports will come out left, right, and center that you don't want to fight. That you're still out of it in the sports world, that you're still not dedicated like it needs to be. That's what's wrong. That's the issue. You do that, the people will want to keep you around. But when you don't, it's just like, it's so frustrating. Because I was high on Jared Anderson. I was saying Jared Anderson really had some great skills. He was a good mover. He has some great combinations. I didn't like the show defense like we talked about earlier. Show defense versus quality defense, there's a difference. But he was flashy. But he had a semblance of fluidity, movement, agility that most of the other heavyweight division did not have. And then he fought against Charles Martin, and it completely changed my perception just like that. Because then I saw, these holes are really there. And this brother hasn't fixed them. If he doesn't do this quick, brother, the next challenge he could take could be his last. I was saying that the day after Charles Martin. You can go and watch it on this YouTube channel. We were talking about it on this very show years ago. And lo and behold, when Bacoli happened, guess what? Everything I said that Jared Anderson was not fixing, he still didn't fix, and it cost him. And it's still costing him now. This was the exact situation I did not want to see Anderson in. But brother, he put himself there. He put himself there. Now he's got to fight his way out. Only way to do that is to get in the ring 3 times a year, 4 times a year even. Yes, it ain't common, but guess what? It's necessary. Don't we always complain about ring rust, about inactivity, about having the ability to be in the ring, fighting in live fights that mean something on a consistent basis, letting yourself learn, not just in training camp, but also putting it into action more than just once or twice a year? For Jared Anderson, you need that. Because if you don't do that, you ain't going to be what you need to be. You're never going to achieve whatever heights we thought you could do. Even whatever low ceiling you're at right now as a fighter. We saw Daniel Dubois reinvent himself. We saw Joseph Parker reinvent himself. You can do the same with activity. You can do the exact same thing. But because you ain't taking the test, you ain't going to do it. Because you're talking more than acting, you ain't doing it. And it's a frustrating sentiment. It's a very frustrating thing indeed. Absolutely. Wilder versus Moses, Vegas, MGM Graham. Yep, absolutely. Wilder brain can't take any more damage. Yeah, man, I don't want to see him get knocked out again. I've already said he needed to retire before the Herndon fight. I said he needed to retire. He don't need to get back in the ring. I said that after Big Bang Giant. So I don't like that he's back. I don't like that he's back. I don't like that he's still looking the same. And I don't like that he's going to try to get one big payday against a dangerous brother. Whether it's AJ or otherwise. I don't like it because I'm scared. I don't want that brother. I don't want something happening to him because he doesn't have the ability to negate that from happening to him. That's the issue. USA need more support. Combat sports. John Jones type needed at heavyweight. Yeah. And again, with America, we're fickle. You got to understand that when it came to heavyweight division, people lost it. When Muhammad Ali wasn't champ, a swath of boxing fans went away from the sport. And then it resurged back up. And then when Mike Tyson became champ and then left the sport, he retired, people fell out of love with the sport again. At least especially with the heavyweight division. You're like, I don't really care about boxing because they just don't do it like they used to anymore. Nostalgia's blinded them from the talent that is coming up and that is indeed here. And it's also, again, part of America's thing. They're fans of fighters but not the fight. They're fans of the person but not the sport. They're fans of a select few but not of the whole fighting each other. That's why oftentimes when you go into the States and you see who's fighting who, everybody says, they ain't got no buyers on the resume. Even now, where they're questioning Crawford's resume. Yeah, Crawford has fought everybody. And he's from the States. And he's beaten great American champions. Yet because they're not big-time names outside of Errol Spence in the eyes of the casual public, guess what? People don't care. It's a terrible thing. It's a horrible thing. But it's the truth of the matter. Sadly. So yeah, it's going to need a polarizing figure in America to help get them back invested in the heavyweight world. Wilder was that guy. Because he was putting everybody to sleep. And everybody was like, yeah, we love knockouts. We got a black dude from Alabama going through and knocking out people left, right, and center. Oh, it's great. And he talking smack while doing it. I want a body on my resume. I want to kill somebody. That fervor. And again, white, black, or other don't matter. The fervor, the energy, the Tank, similar thing. Tank as a champ, he ain't even got to be a champ. He was getting love without a champ. Because he had that aura about him and also had that it factor that people just love to attain themselves to, on top of knocking everybody out. Made him a darling, especially in the States. Though he should not be the biggest face in America, he is the biggest face in America because of that popularity. If America got that, they'd be more invested in the heavyweight division, I promise you. And we're getting invested in Usyk now because he's become beloved around the world. But still, you probably going to see a lot of fervor more often if we see somebody from the heavyweight division in America come through and look actually good. We get that. I guarantee you'll see a wave of boxing fans all of a sudden start eking back in. We got somebody now. Yeah. See, it's a crazy thing. When we don't have somebody in the fight, we don't care. That's the thing. We don't care. A lot of times when America, at least from what I've been able to gather, when Americans don't have somebody that's in the mix of the best, they don't care. Gennady Golovkin was doing great work. They didn't care. It even took a minute for Canelo to get popular here in the States because they didn't care up until they were forced to. Pacquiao wasn't big until he got to the States and then won. And all of a sudden, he came on the scene and then kept coming back and up bolstering the popularity. Then became beloved, is what we know, as one of the most loved fighters in all of boxing history. But when Klitschko was doing dominance at heavyweight, America didn't care. They didn't. Even when Fury was reigning at heavyweight, and he was known by the American public, everybody was saying, okay, no, you can't beat Wilder. And what happened when he did beat him? Conspiracy theories abounded. Then when he beat him the third time, it was just like, yeah, you won. All right, you beat him. Okay, fine, you're better than him. Get it over with. For a lot of boxing fans, that's what it was like. At least here in the States. Not all, but a lot. That's what we're dealing with now. It's a shame. It really is, but it's the truth. When America ain't got something on the table of, yeah, they got a guy, all of a sudden it seems irrelevant. Even in a way, who is leagues better, who just came to the States and dazzled. Still, in America, is still not getting the level of respect he deserves. Because this country is fickle in more ways than one. If you're living here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're keeping up with what's going on here, good gosh, you know exactly what we're talking about. It's a terrible thing. But it's because we're fickle. And unless we got skin in the game, legitimately, we don't care. And we don't even support people that are coming up unless they have already proven, yeah, you're something great. And even when we do have somebody that is indeed relevant, we don't actually validate them unless they be a 1 or 2 fighter selection of people that are, yeah, you really are what you say you are. And we pick and choose who indeed is great and who ain't. Yes, that's always been the thing in boxing and in sports. Yeah, the people decide what greatness is. Sure, we get that. But even the standard that's supposed to be used for that is skewed from fighter to fighter, negatively, at least here in America, because it is fickle in the worst way possible. In the worst way possible. I can't stand it, but doggone it, brother. It's the truth of the matter. As we're going through right now, we got people in the chat like with Ryan Graves. Hey, brother, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're with us on today. Let me see. Welch, I'm back. Just added Archie better be able to beat. And Jerry Anderson needs to fight another American dude. Well, you know what? At least he's raising up. Thank God Archie better be. At least they're moving up. Hey, the list is changing. We're saying that. Hey, and we're progress is being made. All right. Okay. It's starting to shift the mode. It's starting to adapt. Okay, I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no issue with that. I'm all for change. I'm all for retooling, regrouping. Making somebody. It's very interesting to see how exactly you're going through and making your list. And in real time, we're seeing things shift and change. That's great. That's phenomenal. I love it. Absolutely. But let me keep on reading. And Jerry Anderson needs to fight another American dude. He does. There's no real way. The only American brother that we could see Jared Anderson fight that would be any semblance of notoriety would be Richard Torres. That's it. That's it. Richard Torres Jr. That's it. And Richard Torres ain't great at all. He ain't great either. Richard Torres is not a great heavyweight fighter, at least in my book. But he's the best American we got right now. From the standpoint of heavyweight regime, up and coming. That's the only fight that would make sense to happen. But if it did happen, guess what? If Torres beats Anderson, he's immediately pushed into or at least the deeper end of the heavyweight conglomerate. Now his name is attached to the Bacolis, the F.A. Jogbas, the older fighters like Big Bang Jank, even the Wilders. And he's nowhere close in that vicinity as a talent, at least in my book. Now, if he proves me wrong, he proves me wrong. But based on what I've seen of the last 3 or 4 fights of him, no, I'm not high on that brother at all. He's a silver medalist, but brother, he don't look like it. Or Olympian. I forget what medal he got, but he don't look like it from when I watch him. So I am not high on Richard Torres. I love it that he's strong. I love it that he throws hooks. I love it that he uses that size to really control his opponents. But at the same time, it's so sloppy and it's so belligerent and it's so open to counters by somebody that just knows what they're doing and is somewhat athletic. I don't know. Even beating Anderson is going to be, you're immediately going to be put in a situation where you're not ready for that at all. You're not ready for that level. You're not. Richard Torres ain't. Anderson needs to be Torres just to stay at the level that he's at. He's got to, because if not, it's going to be bad. It's gonna be really bad. That's the only butter. Let me see. Andy Cruz, I feel exactly the same. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy Ruiz. Yeah, same thing for him too. He needs to get in the ring as well. We talked about Andy Ruiz versus Itauma. That will be my number one fight to make. If you're gonna build off of this success with another potential viable KO, if you want to build up to Anthony Joshua, that's the way to do it. Knock out Ruiz. In less time than Ruiz knocked AJ out. All of a sudden, the natural build of, hey, buddy, he handled your biggest ghost. What you gonna do? It's there. It's there. That was my biggest thing. And so, but it's like, it would just be, telling you. Torres is just not that great of a guy. He's not not a guy. I don't know him as a person. As a fighter, he just isn't that great to me. I don't see where outside of, again, the high motor and the power, I don't see what else it is that he's got that really is like, ooh, this can be something real. And the opponents that he's fought ain't great either. That's the thing. Yeah, and so it's just let me see. Call me crazy, but I think Torres can give Mosley night. Really? I don't know about that. I don't think so. The reason why I say Torres would, if Torres fights against Itauma, he dies. He dies. And I'm gonna tell you what. It's because Itauma is such a great counter puncher. And that, like we went through with how great he is at judging distance and being able to know when he's safe and when he's not, especially against shorter fighters. But you do that, and if Richard Torres lunges in like he normally does with his opponents and tries to close the gap that recklessly against the likes of Itauma, he's not making it to the end of the fight. He's not. There's no way he is. There's no way he is. There's no way. Itauma's hands are too fast. What was that fight? The fight before this one. Who was the brother? Who was the cat? What was the fight? Yeah. Mike Balagan. Look up the fight with Mike Balagan versus Itauma. That will be exactly how this fight with Richard Torres will go. Mike Balagan versus Itauma. Go watch it. It's on YouTube right now. Free. You don't gotta, and it ain't in bad quality either. It's directly done. It's fully blown. It's on the Ring Magazine YouTube right now. You can go watch it. You can go watch that whole thing, all 8 minutes of it. Now highlights, full blown match. Watch that fight. And that is exactly how. From beginning to end, that's how that fight with Richard Torres would happen. That's how it would go. That's exactly, knockout, same way. It would happen just like that. A check hook that takes him out and down multiple times. And the ref weighs up. I'm telling you, that's what would happen. It's because of how Torres fights. It's tailor-made to take the best aspects of Itauma and put them on display. Because if you try to pressure Itauma, we think the biggest thing with Itauma is his own pressure. But when he pressures, when he pressures, it's great. But when he gets pressure, perfect. Phenomenal. It's when some of his best work comes into display. And that's the intricacies of his game. And Torres ain't ready for that. At least to me, Torres ain't ready for that, in my opinion. Let me see. As we keep on, we're at 3 hours 37. We might have to go and get out of here in a little bit. Let me see. We're gonna take a couple more chats, and then we're gonna go through Andy Ruiz's biggest talent ever, faster than other, better footwork, but rather stay in El Paso, eating all day. And like I said, his footwork was okay. His hand speed is what got him. His hand speed is what made him so great. His hand speed was the thing that made him so spectacular. That's the thing that gave everybody so much trouble. Beyond just the footwork was average to good, but that hand speed, and when he did get you on the inside, But that's when the danger really came through. That's when stuff was like, oh, yeah, this man's something serious. He lost that, though. And he lost a little bit of that rhythm. Once he got overweight, out of shape, and never was able to get the same thing. It's horrible. It is terrible. It's terrible. Richard Torres deserves respect. He doesn't need to have American slick style to be. No. And again, I don't care about his style. We've talked about in-fighters, out-fighters, slick boxers, counter-punchers, defensive fighters, pot shotters. We respect all the styles. But it is the execution of his brawling, swarming style that I do not like. Because at this point in time, it is only successful because of the competition that it's up against. It's not something that transcends the competition that he's a part of. His last fight was against a brother who was a step up in competition. It was like Vito something. I think it was Italian. And it was not a great fight. It was not a great fight at all. And Richard Torres won, but it was not a good win. That was not a good win at all. At all. For Richard Torres in his last fight out. I know because I went and watched it live. And I was like, man, I wasted my time. This was horrible. For my outing of Torres. It's not because of his style. It's because of his execution. Execution-wise, you can easily nullify and smother what Torres wants to do and make him obsolete. And if you know how to use your jab, you can win off of scoring pot shots alone. And just clinching up. Because he ain't great at fighting out the clinch. If you have strength. He ain't. And especially if you can take a shot and go to distance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That high motor wanes all at once. Those shots become a lot easier to go and anticipate. It becomes rudimentary and what's the word? Repetitive style of attack. It's a lot of pits that Richard Torres can fall into in his heavyweight career if he does not become a better fighter outright in all aspects. Because right now, his strengths are his strengths, but his weaknesses are vastly outweighing what he does good. Vastly outweighing the power. Vastly outweighing the durability. Vastly outweighing even the motor that he's showing that he has. Because at that next level that he's close to getting to, he's got the same record or similar record as Moses Itauma. So we can't say he's too far. We're pushing him too quick. Because if we're pushing Itauma the same way, then Torres, with the same amount of wins, can be subjected to that same type of push. And to be clear, if he really wanted to make a name, and for Richard Torres or for Itauma, you could put them against each other in America. Torres beats Itauma, but that's the next great American star. If that happens with the hype that Itauma's got right now, he beats him, that's the next great American star. He doesn't beat him.
Hey, look at this! We got the problems here! We got the problems here!
It's done. He's done. He'll still fight. But the road to getting to an actual close world championship opportunity is going to be so long. It's going to be so long. He'll be bumped so far down the bottom of the totem pole. Telling you. It's a risk reward for where he is right now in his career. It's a dangerous thing. It's a dangerous sentiment, I'm telling you. And so let me see. Jerry Anderson is a new Brazilian, yeah, kind of. And it's like, kind of. It's Jerry Anderson's wasted potential because it's wasted drive. That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. Who the world said that Torres is Ali level? What the world is this? Who said that? Wait a minute. Let me see. From what I see, you play slick jogging styles and talk down on Kung Fu Mexican. No, wait a minute. Hold on. If you're talking about somebody in the chat, okay, that's you all's conversation. But if you're talking about me specifically, my favorite fighter is Joe Frazier. There was nothing slow. There was slick stuff, but it was more so instinctive head movement and bobbing and weaving. His style wasn't slick. One of my other favorites is Inoue, who's a come forward fighter who was molded off of his father showing him tapes of Julio Cesar Chavez, Salvador Sanchez, and he studied Mexican greats. I have learned to love the likes of Navarrete. And I said I hated the way that he fights because he was so defensively irresponsible. But lo and behold, he's gotten some defensive responsibility on top of some of the most unique and unorthodox offense that I've become falling in love with. Are you kidding me? I love Mexican style. I love when people dig deep and go and just rock left, right, and center. I love it. If you fought me, let's say hypothetically we played Undisputed, which still trying to get set up so we can play with people. Earn money and all that stuff. But let's say hypothetically you played me in Fight Night, but I'm fighting on the inside. I can be being slick is great, but we're fighting on the inside. We're going to war. I don't know why. I don't know where this notion that I don't like inside or Mexican style or aggressive fighters. Because I praise slick fighters. I praise any fighting style for a fighter if they do a good job in that style. The most recent fights we've had that have been the biggest noise have been fighters who fight slick. Usyk, hard to hit, always moves, and knocked out Daniel Dubois. Shakur Stevenson, always moves, hard to hit, slick, but just went toe-to-toe with Zepeda. I said I wanted to see if he could actually go toe-to-toe. That was my biggest gripe with why I thought he couldn't beat Tank earlier in this channel's history, because I didn't think he could handle the inside fighting of a Tank with the power and the execution. Lo and behold, he sure enough can. I want him to fight more so on the inside than just fighting on the outside like he always does, because that is the best version of Shakur I've ever seen when he blends the inside and outside work together in that frame of reference. It's great. I don't get what the world is the issue with or the indiscriminate love-hate relationship between inside and Mexican style fighters versus slick fighters in boxing. No, I love every style. I actually love the in-fighters and Mexican style boxers. I love the people that go to war and they're looking to they head down, slip, move, boom, boom. Why do you think I love what Justice Hooney did? That brother was what it wasn't just, and see, slick ain't always just, oh, you Philly shell, catch, pot shot, boom, counter, uppercut, go back. No, it ain't always like that. But you can be slick and be aggressive. You can be slick rolling under shots. Hook to the head. Hook to the body. Most of the time it does that, literally. This brother's hard to hit, but he's coming forward. He's rolling under, he is rolling under shots. Like in succession, like boom, boom. And then coming up with shots of his own. And then walking you down. I love that. That's my style. That's my style. That is absolutely what I like. So it ain't hate. I've never hated. I've never hated on a style of fighting. Because you may not have been there before, but we talked about how every style brings its own greatness. Russian style, Cuban style, Mexican style, American style. Japanese even have their own style of boxing in some regard from standpoint of how they approach the fight. And the style encapsulates the culture of the people to some degree. And it's a beautiful thing. That's why all styles are so great to watch. They're so interesting, filled with nuance and grandeur. And different abilities, different things that make them great, different things that make them harder for other styles or easier for others. It's a beautiful canvas of artistry, all with different strokes of the brush from a stylist's nature. But we love it. I never said I hate any style. I may have said I don't like the way somebody fights. That's more of an individual aspect of fighting in this style. I hate that you do this because it is either not working, it is bad, and or it is something that's not conducive to the actual best thing that you could do for yourself in your fighting ability with who you are. This doesn't fit you like it should. Instead, this is a better style for you. But no, I don't hate any style. No, I've never done that. I made sure I've made it clear on a couple occasions that we don't do bigotry, we don't do racism, sexism, and we don't discriminate on anybody based on the style of which they fight or where they come from that culturally influenced how they fight. We don't do that. Because without that diversity, guess what? This ain't a sport. It's just a practice. It's a routine. There's no spectacle. The spice of life is not there because there's no spice in the sport. You need everybody together. You need it. And so I'm never going to speak against that. Because I'll tell you, I love them. I truly do love them. Absolutely. But as we're going through, I think we just the last couple chats and then we gonna get out of here and end the show because we almost at 4 hours, which we can go 4, but we don't want to hold everybody up so long. Welch, they think Torres is a prime Ali. Again, I don't know who said that. Whoever said that is a bold-faced lie, and they better jump off that bandwagon or else they're gonna be highly disappointed. But they're gonna be distraught. Great day. That's horrible. That's terrible. Usyk is not pure slick. Usyk is not pure slickness. You're right. We bring up his slick ability to evade, use angles, and have better feet than anybody else as one of the best attributes of his game. That's the thing. The X factor in him is his ability to ramp it up, that 6th gear, and push the pace even higher in the second half of the fight. It's a second win that's unlike anybody else in the division. And he will overwhelm you with his offense. Especially of recent, this brother's turned into a real powerful puncher. That he's a full-blown heavyweight by every sense of the word, and he fights like it. But with the additive of having all the skill sets of what he already garnered. It's a beautiful thing. But it's just when people talk about Usyk, predominantly, it's the footwork and, he made you miss, making you miss. The slick stuff that people get wowed at, though that's not all that he is, no question about it. But just as an example of a fighter who is, in fact, you can't say he isn't slick, but a fighter who is slick that we talked about with his slickness being one of the predominant things because he's been doing the most work out of everybody else. But again, that's not indicative of me loving a style more than anything else. If I was to love a style anymore, it would be infighting. Joe Frazier's style. That's my favorite style to watch. And my favorite style, if I was a fighter, that I don't want to be. I love it. I truly do. I could watch that till the cows come home. I could watch that when I go to sleep. It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing. And so if I had a style, that would be contradictory to the slick stuff. And so, but it's like, but again, it's all love and love the style that you love. No question about it. I just don't bring down, not saying that you all are doing it. Again, I repeat, not saying that that's what you all are doing. You all are not doing it. But for people that do that, I do not do that because that becomes, it sullies the sport in my eyes as a whole. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Man, come here. Shakur is a great fight. Shakur is great at avoiding a fight. I ain't saying that because, he fought Cepeda. He fought Oscar Valdez. He fought the likes of Yoshino when he was undefeated. He fought Jamal Herring. He wants Tank, but can't get the shots. He's going to do the next best thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we fought Abdullah Mason. I wouldn't be surprised if we fought Floyd Schofield next. If he can't get the Tank fight. And I'd be down for that. Absolutely. I'd be down for that. No question about it. No question about it in my mind. Absolutely. Raymond Murtala stop Shakur? I don't think so. If that fight was going through, I think Shakur beats Raymond Murtala. I think he beats Raymond Murtala. I think Shakur beats Raymond Murtala. I do. Like I said, I've thought that he's the best, at this point in time, he's the best fighter at 135 right now. In my opinion, absolutely. Above Tank, above Abdullah Mason, above Schofield, above all of them. If Keyshawn Davis was still at 135, he'd be above him too. De Los Santos, he's above him. Though, again, I would love to see that fight with De Los Santos versus Shakur with a fully healthy Shakur based on what we saw against Zepeda. I wouldn't be mad at that. I would not be mad at it at all. Interesting to see what you can do and can you rectify that performance. But still, you beat him the first time. Though it was the worst fight of your career. Do you need to fight him again? To prove a point? Yes. For your career? Probably not. But in lieu of that, you got these other killers that you can fight. That's what I wanted to see. Or that's who I want him to see. And that's what I want to see him do. Hopefully. We actually get to see it. No question about it. But as we're going through, I got three more. 3 more chats and I'm about to send it home. And we're going to get out of here. Let me see. Shakur has always been small. He makes 135 comfortably. So I think that's a little bit of a misconception. Shakur is a big kid, though he can make 135. Like, I think it's underrated how, like, the size of Shakur. Yeah, I'm not talking about, like, he might not be, like, towering. Sure. But with his build and physique, like, he's deceptively strong. He can, he can, I would think he can make 140 pretty easily if he really wanted to. From what I've seen, how I've seen his body grow and develop and mature as I've been following his career. That's an underratedly big guy for the division. But again, he can make the weight relatively easy. But I think pretty soon we might see him, that might start to change. And we could see this brother potentially be like, okay, yeah, I can go up. Plus, always looking for competition, so 140 filled with people. And so I can see it. Abdullah Mason versus Shakur would be, let me see, Abdullah Mason wouldn't lose versus Shakur. Now, that's a really good fight. That's a really good fight to have. We're probably going to touch on that later on. When we delve into the 135 division a little bit more. But that is a quality fight that I would love to see. Especially now that Abdullah Mason's a champion. That brother, yeah, he definitely got the offense and the precision to really make Shakur have to work. Got the athleticism to keep up with Shakur and force him to have to cut off the ring. But then when Shakur just showed he can fight on the inside with the best of them like he did with Zepeda. That would be a really good fight. I picked Shakur winning. But brother, that would be a great fight to have. That'd be a great fight to have. Gary Russell Jr. should fight. Gary Russell Jr. will be a good test for Kid Austin. Next, in my opinion, if we can't get Shakur next. Gary Russell. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. Hold on. Wait. Before I answer that. Okay. All right. I said it. Before I answer that, I had to make sure which one we were talking about. If you were here a couple weeks ago, you know exactly why. You know exactly why I paused. Okay, Gary Russell Jr. All right. Okay. Gary Russell Jr., I could see. Now, also, there is some concern because he's at 130. Do you want to see Shakur at this point in time fight against somebody coming up to 135? Because that's what Russell will be doing, coming up to 145. And the only other Gary Russell to fight would be Gary Antoine Russell, and that's at 140. Now, we can see people coming down, but do we want to see Shakur fighting somebody coming up? Especially with Gary Russell just coming back into boxing. Mind you, he was out for like 3 or 4 years. I don't know. He was out for like taking care of his gym, taking care of his family in light of, I believe, his father passing away sadly. And so he had to do what he had to do. All respect and much love. Came back as if it was nothing to him, which was great. But still, do you want him to face off against Shakur as the second fight that he's had back since his four-year absence, or roughly almost 4-year absence, excuse me? I don't know. I'd rather, because of how much talent there is at 135, I'd rather keep it at 135 with the talent that's there. If Russell does move up after like his second fight at 130, okay, I ain't got no issue. But for right now, I wouldn't want to see that for the time being. Just because you don't want to rush him back into this. Though again, he looked like he's great. It would be a phenomenal fight. It would be, but I'm talking about speed on speed. Oh my gosh. Speed on speed. I think people might be underestimating just how like good that fight would actually be. I'm dead serious. It's just the coming up in weight. I just a little bit of that. A little bit of ooh. Don't know if I want to see that for his second fight out. But no, third fight, he moves up. Okay. All right. He's got some experience back under his belt. He's back in the routine. He's fighting consistently. Though he's older, he still has some prime left. Wouldn't be mad. Wouldn't be mad for later down the line. Absolutely. Abdullah needs 2 more tune-ups. Oh, right. Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about Ryan Garcia for a second. Abdullah needs 2 more tune-ups. Yeah. Yeah, he probably needs, before Shakur, he probably needs 1 or 2 fights, at least to defend his title, and then fight against Shakur. If I want a better fight, yeah, I'd do 2 fights before Shakur Stevenson. But I also don't want to keep Shakur Stevenson waiting. Like, I want those, like, with how hot the division has recently become, I want those fights now. But I got to be smart. Got to. But boy, it would be interesting. It would be interesting at this point in time. Shakur beats Abdullah right now. Yep, I do agree. Though that power and accuracy that Abdullah has would make that for an incredibly interesting fight. And that speed. But that hand speed. See, hand speed for a lot of these fights is what makes it so interesting. It's what makes it so interesting. Because Shakur is incredibly fast in his own right. But the reaction time is so quick that it's hard to throw something that he doesn't see coming. Abdullah, with his sharpness and technique, might have that and got power to boot. That we have to worry about. And got athleticism to be able to manage the movement if Shakur uses it more, which he most likely will if they fought against each other. It's a very interesting affair. No question about it. Abdullah, you've already read that. Noakes isn't tune-up. Noakes isn't a tune-up. I like Abdullah versus De Los Santos. Next, though, that'll be the next test to see if he at the C level. Okay, yeah, so on Ryan's ranking system at the C level, if Mason beats Noakes, he'll be on the C level. I mean, and this is not a bad fight. I mean, it's a fight for, is it for the vacant title? I think it's a fight for the vacant title, I believe. If I got my stuff right. If I'm wrong, please excuse me. But I believe it's a fight for the vacant title against Sam Noakes. Unless it's just for the outright title that Abdullah has. But yeah, no, it is a full-blown title defense for title challenger. One of the two. Something's on the line for his next fight. I know that for a fact. So it's not necessarily a tune-up. It is a building block. We need to see what you can do against Noakes. You should be able to knock out Noakes. Noakes ain't bad. You should be able to beat him, though. What are you going to be able to do? Especially when it's a title on the line. And so it's interesting to see. As we're going through, Shakur like Luffy will defeat Tio. So, see, I feel like that's a whole nother that's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother conversation that we could have. Because we're gonna have to say that for tomorrow. Or excuse me, for Thursday and Friday. Because if we keep on going like this, but that's gonna jump up. We're gonna be here till like 8 o'clock. I guarantee you. So all right, last one. We gotta get going. We gotta get out of here. We're gonna read. Who has no chance, bro? Who is he talking about? I don't get the game has showed down before. Yet. The game has slowed down for Abdullah. Hold on. The game has slowed down for Abdullah. But he'll get there. Okay, what is this in reference to? Hold on. Wait a minute, time out. Noakes is not a tune-up for Abdullah Mason. Oh, the Noakes isn't a tune-up. I like Abdullah versus De Los Santos next, though. That'll be a test to see if he's at sea level. Okay. Sam Noakes could beat Abdullah Mason. It's a great fight. Yes, he can. Which is why it's not a test. Though he should be able to win. Tio work for Rolly? Yes, he is. Tio would work Rolly and would beat Rolly. Even this better version of Rolly. Absolutely. I've never seen Noakes fight Mason. Mason looks good, but I've seen him almost get knocked out by UK Nose. No, I know the fighter you're talking about, with the buddy with the patch on the back of his head. Yeah, that did happen. Now, since then, he has fixed that problem of getting caught flush with shots. Now, even when he got caught, he got knocked down, and it was just perfect shots in between the guard of that Philly shell, which he now has transitioned more so into a high guard, as you've now noticed more so with Abdullah Mason fighting. Used to be Philly shell was the main thing that he would go through. There we go. With how he would fight. Now, because of that fight that he got knocked down multiple times in, though he won the fight in 2 rounds, he switched to a high guard. He's got no more show defense. It's effective defense now. Locking up when he's walking in. He'll use Philly shell once he gets comfortable. Once he sees what you're throwing. But he won't use it as nearly as often anymore. Or he'll switch from it. Thankfully. To stop getting caught with those shots that put him down in that fight. So he's changed. He's gotten better. And so don't let those knockouts fool you. He has gotten smarter as a fighter. And those knockdowns were more so flash knockdowns. And he got up and immediately answered the call after every one, with inevitably knocking him out. So, hey, it showed grit, showed will, showed he is vulnerable, but shows he can overcome it and gets better after it, which is what we want to see. Absolutely. As we're going through, let me see. Welch, can you tell me why you laughed when Hulk Hogan died? No, I did not laugh when Hulk Hogan died. I was laughing at the fact that it was funny and ironic. Because I loved Hulk Hogan as a wrestler. As a person, he was horrible. And it was ironic because we had just had a recent conversation on the show about how you need to be careful about, just like with Tio, you need to be careful about how you go throughout your life, because it's easy to get your reputation destroyed, no matter how great you have been. Now, there was a plethora of things inside of wrestling that I also despised, absolutely, that he did. A plethora of things. On top of, I don't want my daughter dating black people. When his son killed somebody in a car accident, he said that repercussions or karma's going to hit us and we're going to be reincarnated as black people as a punishment. He has said, maybe I am a racist, and that's just what I am. He's been on record saying that, and has never backtracked from that. But what he is as a wrestler is something that cannot be ignored in the greatness. However, it still doesn't, you still, unlike with other people, Hulk Hogan the man and Hulk Hogan the wrestler blended into one and the same. Terry Bollea and Hogan. At some point in time, it is not one or the other. Each one is what each one is the other. And so we still applaud the greatness, because we respect it. But at the same time, it's ironic that now instead of him in death, we talk about the grandeur. In death, the biggest thing, as you saw with Twitter and on social media, was, R.I.P. Bozo. Not that I hold those sentiments, but because of what he did and what he perpetuated, how he went about his life beyond just wrestling, and even in wrestling, overshadowed the greatness that his wrestling career was. And now there's an uneasy feeling when you bring up Hulk Hogan. Because for a lot of people, the fandom, but the fandom of who they love, the character, and the real person, it's like, I can't believe he was this, but he represented this. But like how? No, he can't be like that, but he is. It's a sad thing, but it's the real thing. And like I said, we keep it real on the show. And and that's why I said his wrestling legacy will never be forgotten. But as a person, the reputation that he garnered was a reputation that he earned, and that he did not go about fixing in a real, authentic way that put that stuff behind him. And sadly, that is what's going to be his reputation for a lot of people for years to come. I don't want that to be the case, but that is the sad reality of the matter, which is why, just like with Tio, I don't want him saying all this racist stuff. I don't want him going off the deep end like he's been going through of recent. I don't want him doing all this belligerent stuff like he was doing with Keyshawn Davis, because all of this can overshadow what your career as a fighter is, and we don't want that. We don't. We want to talk about the greatness. Oh, he was spectacular. Oh, he was doing this, that, the third, knocking people out, was so slick, was so active, beat top 10 people, beat the best pound-for-pound brother at that point in time in Lomachenko when he was young. It was great. Has an argument of that he should be undisputed champion with the whole franchise title and all that stuff that's still murky. I think, he was undisputed. It just, the belt commission robbed him of that actual sentiment because of the stupid thing that they do with the belts all the time. But still, at his best, incredible. But at his worst, he's the Tio that we talk about always. Not even about the bad performances like with Sandor Martin or against Ortiz, but with the outside stuff, making himself a target for ire and disdain. You don't want that. You really don't. That's why you just gotta be mindful that your actions do have consequences that outlive you. And hopefully I made that abundantly clear. That's why you always gotta watch. You gotta be able to watch yourself. Because it don't take nothing but one bad thing. One bad first impression or one bad reintroduction to blow everything up that you've made. It only takes one. And so it's a terrible thing, but it only takes one, man. It only takes one. You know, in this case, it was an abundance of which, but regardless of which, nonetheless, it is what it is. But again, we gotta wrap it up because I would love to keep on talking, but we have to go. Yeah, we have to go. We gotta go. We gotta get out of here, and we gotta go home. I need some food. Y'all need to take a break for work or take a break to get home. Or if you're at work, sadly, I've clocked in my 4 hours, my 5 hours. It's time for me to clock out. So with all that being said, this has been another episode of The Watch About with me, your host, Jean-Luc. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to the show. We appreciate all of you all tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you had a blast. Hopefully you want to come back on Thursday as we still got more to discuss in the boxing world. Again, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Keep on commenting your thoughts and opinions on what you liked or didn't like about the show in the comment section down below. When this the whole situation ends, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Come join the empire. Share the show with everybody you can so we can keep on building up this empire together. Go and hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube. And be sure if you want to give to the show, we got Cash App and PayPal links down below in the description so that you can help support the channel. Big ups to the likes of Yo Trey and J Will for supporting us with $5 chats each together, and also for our pound for pound. Hey, I can't lie. Because of that money, we got a tie for first. And we want to go. I can't lie. We got to give it what we got to give the grand to what it worth. We're going to go with pound for pound in the chat. We got top 3 chatters. Were indeed number 3 was Ninja coming up with number 3. Number 2 was indeed the likes of Yo Trey, and number 1 was indeed J Will. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming up on the show, and again taking into account chats that you do as well as if you support the show. Again, we got to be fair. We got to be fair. So for today, J Will, number 1. Shoot, we might have to do a tie for first. Well, no, he did chat more. See, you know what? Now I gotta make a whole new dichotomy with the likes of ranking systems for pound for chats. What does the money mean more than the amount that you do, or the amount that you chat, or does the money outweigh the amount that you chat? I didn't know what for the second time. Yes, it does. So you know what? Yeah. Yo Trey and J Will, y'all are tied. We'll do it easy. Tied for number 1, with number 2 being William Ninja, and number 3 being Heaven Sent. Those will be our pound for pound rankings for today. And hey, if you want to give to the show and you want to make the pound for pound list on our chatting list, hey, go ahead and keep on chatting, keep on commenting, or supporting the show. And the higher you get ranked on this whole situation. Now, we this is a new thing. We're trying to make it work. We're trying to use these new features that YouTube is giving us to help make some things out of it. But hey, regardless of which, we're going to make a rock on the list. But all that being said, I've been John Welch. Y'all have been wonderful. Peace and love. We are out here. Yes, sir. We are going to see you all on Thursday. Be safe, be blessed, and we are out of here.